All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Hello there, Matthew. Welcome to you. Hope it's going good. Welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. To celebrate... Well, it's not the quote-unquote official start for me doing my 10th anniversary playthrough tributes to this game, but I guess this is also part of it, since this is the, you know... this is the year in which 10 years ago this game first came out. But welcome to the annual 2023 playthrough with the added limits challenge. So we're up to sequence 9, I think, in the story. So we've got 4 sequences left. Just want to see these Kenway Fleet missions that I had active. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome on in, dude. How's things going? You going well? Excellent. That's great to hear, dude. How was work today? Oh, pretty good. We got a new client, and the bank will make a lot of money. What client? I cannot tell you. It's confidential. Oh, come on. Why not? No, I can't. Anyway, how is your sex life? Nice reference to The Room. I still haven't actually seen that movie, but I feel like I already have, given all the scenes I've seen. Yeah, Ryu. Roddy Wiseau. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Alright, so did I get my monies from that? I did. Cool. Alright. I don't really think there's anything else that I need to really upgrade for the ship. Let's have a look at cargo. Got a bit of sugar. GG's on that Harbinger that you got through Resident Evil 0. So what are your overall thoughts on the game? And since that system that you had to use in that game isn't in the other ones, do you feel like it's something that you're going to miss? Or do you feel like it's just something that you could take or leave? Or what do you think about that aspect of it, about having the 2 characters and being able to have them separated? I mean, in Resident Evil 5 and 6, you do have the ability to give, I think in 6 as well. I know in 5 you get the ability to give your partner ammo and stuff, but I mean to say being able to, you know, control both of them at the same time, drop items on the ground for them to pick up and all that kind of stuff. But you had a long session yesterday, started when you ended your stream and ended around 10 PM. You hope that the other games won't have co-op stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 you'll be fine, that doesn't have any co-op stuff. Resident Evil 5 and 6 does, though, but after that they dropped that. I mean, if you're eventually gonna play the Revelations games, they have that as well. Spend so much time on managing inventory items between the two characters. Yeah, it kind of feels like that's the only thing that you're doing when you're actually playing that game. We'll sell all these Black Jaguar pelts to get the monies from that. Alright, let's have a look at potential things to upgrade. Alright, so for hull armor we need a lot of material, and I'm not going to bother with that. Advanced chain shot, mortar shot. And that would be nice to get, and that's 300 metal. So I might actually take the time it takes to get the 300 metal to increase the mortar damage, because that's the only material that I actually need. I don't need the cloth or the other materials, so we'll do some pirate stuff. Harbinger, it wasn't very scary or hard, but you liked the atmosphere and learned a few things about the story. Oh, nice, Harbinger, that's cool. Yeah, because being a prequel to the first Resident Evil game does give you a little bit of extra insight into certain things. I mean, if you hadn't been spoiled for it already, you kind of already get spoiled for Wesker's motivations, but I feel it's one of those light spoiler things anyway. Are you still reminiscing over the Mario movie since you saw it yesterday? Oh, that's good. Yeah, because I saw that it's making a lot of money. Like it's being, you know, considered a success. So based on that, I imagine it won't take long before we get an announcement for a sequel, and I would not be surprised if we get a Legend of Zelda movie announcement. At the very least, a Legend of Zelda movie announcement. Not to mention, we'll probably get a Metroid announcement. I think it'll give them the confidence now to actually go ahead with doing movies of those. Shin, why is there no rum? Why is the rum always gone? Because we all drank it, sorry Shin. There's no pirate that would turn their back on a keg of rum. What are we in? We're in the easy area. Let's go to the medium difficulty area just to get some ships and stuff. Here we go. Legend of Zelda would be fantastic if animated. I agree as well. You could do it in live action, but I really believe that animated is the way to go. It's the best way to visually... For one thing, it is. For one thing, it's the best way to visually represent Hyrule, Link, Zelda, you know, everything. And potentially, in terms of like success, it could be what Lord of the Rings was, you know, for fantasy movies, where it's sort of like is considered one of the best, you know, fantasy movies ever made. So it has the potential for that. And I've always thought that too with Zelda. Like, I've always felt it had potential to be a great movie. And the beautiful thing about Legend of Zelda is that in the early days there was a chronology that was easy to follow, that was being laid down really well. And at that point maybe it would be more difficult, but I feel that because the series obviously has been going on for so long, and there's so many different games, and there's so many different versions of Link and Zelda, you know, different descendants, ancestors, you know, all that kind of stuff. I feel that if you're going to do a movie of Legend of Zelda, you're not strictly limited to one particular story, because all the games share at least one element of the story from the very original Legend of Zelda game. you know. So reviews that I've watched about the Mario movie are saying that there's a lot of history that is referenced in that movie, from the very first game to even the Super Mario Super Show and the you know, swing your arms from side to side, that kind of thing. I don't know if the lyrics are 100% the same, but apparently there's that in it too. You know, so there's all these sorts of things that you know, old fans will be like, oh, that's so cool, I forgot about that, and then newer fans will be like, oh, this is just like the new games, you know. So there's something in there for everyone, and I feel Zelda, Legend of Zelda is like that too. And what that gives for the people who are working on it, it gives them the ability to say, we respect all the Legend of Zelda stories that have come before. How about we tell our Legend of Zelda story in that same vein, paying homage and paying respect, but let's kind of make it that this is a legend being told that has been passed down for generations, and along the way there's been some little changes. So, for example, the legend originally might have been the princess was captured by Ganon, Link saved Zelda, and that was the end, alright? But then, generations later, they might have said, yeah, Link found this magical ocarina that allowed him to manipulate time, you know, and that gets added on. So I feel like the Legend of Zelda, if they were going to do that as a movie, they could play off the idea that it's a story that has been told in Hyrule for generations upon generations, and they, you know, always call the princess Zelda out of respect and reverence for the original Zelda, you know what I mean? I think that would be a really cool way to kind of approach it, and to, you know, pay respect to the source material. And it would also allow you to add a little bit of your own flavor to it as well. Like, they could do something where it's like a narration where one of the versions of Princess Zelda is an old woman now, and she's telling the youth of Hyrule this story. You know, you could frame it like that if you wanted to. There's just so many different things you could do with a Legend of Zelda story, and make it that it doesn't step on the toes of what's come before, but just basically references and pays homage and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, sorry, I got off on a tangent. I'm just so passionate about the idea of a Zelda movie. Oh, and you can imagine the jackdaw sailing in circles because everyone is drunk. Yeah, that should definitely be something that you would want to see in like a pirate parody movie. Especially when it comes to Nintendo. From what you recall, Zelda has a deeper lore than Mario. Yeah, I'd say like, you know, in the early days it was pretty limited and pretty basic, but now, you know, this many decades on from the original Legend of Zelda, there's just so much lore, and, you know, you've even got the timeline theories, how, you know, there's a theory that one version of Link in Ocarina of Time actually died, and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, you got Wind Waker and how it's like everything's flooded, and, you know, you just got all this kind of stuff that has happened. So they've definitely got a lot of material to work with, just like they did with the Mario stuff. And I wouldn't want Link to talk, so to do this reference, I think it'd be funny if you had a servant who was asked by Princess Zelda to do something, and they weren't happy with the order or something. I don't know the context, but they would say, well, excuse me, princess. Just to pay reference to the animated Legend of Zelda. I know it wasn't strictly just Legend of Zelda, it was part of the Captain N sort of like series of cartoons, but, well, excuse me, princess. It'd be cool to get that reference in there somewhere.
More sail! Give me more sail!
Or maybe you could just make it that Zelda had a friend or someone when she was a child that, you know, didn't really like them being a princess. It was like, well, excuse me, princess. What are you doing, Rod? Don't use that. Oh. Shin, you've had spiced rum and you're not a fan of it. You want to try old-fashioned from the cask, mead, rum, and ale. Yeah, I don't think I have either. I've definitely not had the, you know, like mead and stuff like that. You do not know which video game franchise has the most convoluted timeline, Legend of Zelda, Mario, or Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's understandable too. Like, there's just so many elements that are at work in the story. Like, it used to be simple. First Legend of Zelda and Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link are a duology. Then you had A Link to the Past, which when that came out was a prequel to the original Legend of Zelda. So that was simple. You had the original, the sequel, and the prequel to the original. But then you got like the sequel to Link to the Past with Link's Awakening, and then you got like, you know, Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, which when it came out was saying, no, this is the story that's the earliest in the timeline. And then you get the Majora's Mask sequel to that as well, and then you get the branching timelines and, you know, all this kind of stuff. So there's definitely a lot. Better 100% concentrate. The reason I'm killing all these enemies is to make sure that there's none left for when I blow up the barrels. I press the counter button. Game, don't you lie to me. I hate when that happens. Press the counter prompt. Press counter when the prompt appears, and yet the game is like, no, it didn't. It's like, you know, playing, when I was a kid, you know, playing a game where you pretend to shoot, and they're like, you didn't get me, you missed me. No, I got you. No, you missed me. You know, that kind of thing. Fuck you, game. Now I've ruined all that. Now I can't get the materials. Alright, let's look for another ship. Yeah, that would be a great way to approach it. Nintendo should stick with animated movies, especially considering how well the Super Mario Brothers movie has been doing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's good that it was an animated Mario movie that was successful, not a live-action one, because they probably would have been more wanting to do live-action Zelda and stuff. As I said before, it's not like it wouldn't work as a live-action thing, but I think you've got a lot more ability to make it visually match, at least. Thanks for the Lurk Doctor patches. Thank you so much. You motherfuckers get knocked over the boat like... I sure do. Let's have a look at this shit over here. Let's see what it's got. Wooden cloth. I just want metal. Yes, and it's less ridiculous when animated, you feel. Yeah. There's definitely that aspect as well. The only thing, like, I know that some people will be like, no, don't change it. But I think if they were doing a live-action Metroid movie, decrease the size of Samus's suit's shoulder pads just a little bit. Just a little bit. But in animated form, it'd be fine. Because it's okay to have a bit of exaggeratedness. Like, just slightly reduce the size, not like make them really small to the point of being pointless, but... Hey there, Rosie. Chris Pratt in suspenders and a bushy mustache. You like it, but that's a way different movie.
Aim for the towers, Captain.
I don't want to aim for the towers, because all I wanted to do was get out. In all honesty, I just wanted to get some milk. But here we are, attacking a fort, or being attacked by a fort, which wasn't my plan. I'm just simply here to get a ship that has a lot of metal on it and board it and take the metal. Ooh, that's what you hope with Street Fighter. Don't tone down the aesthetic, but don't make it too silly looking. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay to, like, you know, shave the sides off a little bit of things to not completely get rid of it, but just to, you know, reduce the exaggeratedness of it as well.
Starboard! Loot floating by here, Captain.
Still, it should embrace the games. Exactly. Yeah. There's no point in adapting a video game into another medium if you're not at least going to embrace the source material in some way.
Oh, as I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day. I met the finest ram, sir, that ever was fed upon a. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. This ram and I got drunk, sir, as drunk could be. And when we sobered up, sir, we were far away out at sea.
Been contemplating, even though I don't have the static audio issue happening with games like Assassin's Creed Unity and Syndicate, I'm sort of like tempted to just, because I can download it without paying extra for it, because I got a PS Plus subscription, but I'm seriously considering just basically getting the PlayStation 5/PS4 versions of those Assassin's Creed games and streaming them. I mean, you know, they don't have the streaming audio issue happening on the Xbox that some games have, but Origins definitely does. So I'll be getting that for PlayStation 5, absolutely. But I think I may as well do that. And the thing about Syndicate, and I'd have to buy it, as in like this extra content. But the PlayStation 5 and PC version of Syndicate gets to do the Dreadful Crimes DLC, something that the Xbox version doesn't have still. So that would be a good other reason for me to play Syndicate on the PS5 from now on, because then I'll be able to do that content when I want to do it. Rosie, the D&D movie did that so well. Not a video game, but still. Yeah, I haven't seen that one, but I saw a trailer for it. Like, this is someone too who hasn't actually played the actual Dungeons and Dragons or anything like that. But it looked like a fun action adventure kind of movie that didn't, you know, take itself seriously and all that kind of stuff. And I guess maybe in some ways they wanted to emulate the fact that, from what I know at least, some dungeon masters like to add a bit of, you know, humor into the situations that, you know, the players find themselves in. Hey there, viewer, welcome on in. Happy to catch the show. Are you going to do Freedom Cry or go straight to Unity? Definitely doing Freedom Cry. Yeah, I'll be doing Freedom Cry. I think I'm going to keep the same challenge going for that I have for this. I'll just have to slightly change the rules just to incorporate things that aren't in the main game, like the firecrackers. So I'll just update the description on the challenge rules for that. I was thinking about doing a different challenge for the DLC, but I'd just rather keep it simple. Then I can just jump straight into the DLC then without having to worry. Be much better than the D&D movie from 2000. Yeah, I never saw that one either, but I've seen stuff about it. Come on, game. Where's the ships with, like, 100 metal on them? They're definitely not in here, that's for sure. Let's get back over this way. Fury, you saw D&D last night. It was perfectly down the middle of campy fun and serious when it needed to be. Oh, that's cool. Wood metal, that's got 50 metal. It's not 100 metal, but better than having 0 metal. Shin, you did not talk about the 2000 Dungeons & Dragons movie. So there was a movie made in 2000 on Dungeons & Dragons.
Oh, to me Johnny Poker, the meat is never sober. To me Johnny Poker, do. Oh, to me Johnny Poker, the bosun is a tiger. Almost ready, sir! Tumble up, you have to do! Fire! Fire! Captain, the whole place shot down! Fire! Ready to fire, sir!
Trim the yards off the wind!
It's all exposed, take a shot, sir! We let fly the grapples and board...
Reel him in, me truck!
Fury, like Adewale, but not waddled that far. Freedom Cry. You also didn't like Liberation at all, but you like Rogue, so yeah, that's fair enough. For fuck's sake, game. Jesus Christ. Why let the fucking character jump if you're not gonna let them fucking grab the thing? If you're not gonna let the fucking character grab the thing, why allow the character, when I'm holding the fucking bloody right trigger, to actually fucking jump across in the first place? All I want is some fucking bloody metal. Jesus fucking Christ. At the point where I'm not even gonna fucking worry about bloody boarding the fucking cunt-ass ship.
Here it comes! Steady, lads! Fire! Work is vulnerable there, Captain! All top! Fire! Brace yourselves for collision! Fire! There's a good shot to crippler! Ready to fire, sir! Fire! Hold down! Hold down! Look, Captain, the whole place shot down! Fire! Let's fly the grapples and board up! The top the top! All sail! Crowd it on! Ease off the wind! Run those spitters off the... Bring them up tight! Gammon hearty like! Clews down! Catch some wind! Topsails gallants! Loose and trim!
As I rolled out one morning, away you gonna Poland. As I rolled out one morning, I met a lady fair. Timmy, hey, ringa jigga jigga ha ha. Good morning, ladies all. Away you gonna Poland.
Alright, now I've calmed down. Feel you like Unity, but Jermaine needed more screen time, and Crawford's Derek needed to leave his office and be more active and interact with the fries. That's true, there's definitely criticisms like that that are fair. Harvin, do you think you'll resume Black Flag after you're done with Resident Evil 2 or 3 remake? Nice, dude. I hope you enjoy those remakes as well. Feel when Torres calls Edward ever a splinter in my side is believable because of how much Edward has pissed him off over the years. Speaking of pissed off... How much metal do I have anyway? Still not 300.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
Reloading, Captain!
We're ready, sir! Hostile warship closing! Brig!
Cannon ready!
They're awfully close, sir! Fire! Sir, we can board and pull them in with a will!
But you can't wait for actual aiming. The bat boss was the worst, wasting grenades on the small bats during the big bat boss fight. Ignore your last message, already typed that it happened during that fight. That's okay. But yeah, that's the thing. When you actually have the free aim of the other games, you'll be definitely enjoying that more.
Join us.
I dreamed a dream the other night. Lord,
Where am I to go?
hey, we'll heave him up and away we'll go.
Wavy Susie, yeah. Poor old man came riding by, and we say so, and we know so. Oh, a poor old man came riding by. Oh, poor old man. Says I, old man, your horse will die, and we say so, and we know so. And if he dies, we'll tan his hide. Oh, poor old.
There's definitely no worries at all, viewer. I hope you have a great sleep. Thanks for joining. Thanks for leaving the lurk also. And thank you, I definitely will. I think I'll be finishing the main game today, for sure. Once I get the upgrade that I want for the ship, increase the mortar damage by one more, I think I should be right then for the rest of the game. But you have a good one, Fewer. Thanks for dropping in.
And we say so, and we know so, and the iron of his shoes to make deck nails. Oh, poor old man. Drop him down with the long, long roll, and we say so, and we know so, where the sharks will have his body and the devil take his soul. Oh, poor old man.
Just remembered a place that might be good to go to. There's a ship nearby the port of Kingston. Or maybe it'll automatically put me into the next memory sequence. Maybe it will do that. No, it won't. Cool.
Get them!
Here we go. Love the sea shanty.
What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Heard I in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises. Heard I in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Heard I in the morning. Way up she rises. Way up she rises. Way up
Looks
she
like
rises. Heard I in the
Awaiting order! Fire! Vessel exposed! Take the shots, sir! Fire! Fire! She's vulnerable there, Captain! Fire! Avoid her ram at all costs! Fire! Look, Captain, well-placed shot down! Fire! There, sir! Good shot could cripple her! Swim us off the wind! Pull him down to hell, lad! Keep them back! Upgrading the ship, sir!
Know the talk, be about it.
Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Tell me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down his shin. Fire! That I love thee.
Ready to fire, sir! Fire! She's vulnerable there, Captain! Fire! Refit all tops! Fire! Vessel exposed! Take the shot, sir! Ready to fire, sir! Fire! There, sir! Good shot could cripple her! Fire! Give me... Swim to! Fill those sails! Yards off the wind! Everything hands on!
Track clear! We have news! Thunder attack, fellas! Keep them back! Don't split me! We now have the materials required to make the ship stronger, sir.
The gallants are...
Hold down and clue up!
Alright then, now we well and truly have enough to get the next mortar damage level. So let's do that, which is what I wanted to get the medal for. Alrighty then, that should be enough to keep me going for the rest of the play. Well, for the rest of the main game story. This may seem like a short playthrough, getting the main game done in 3 streams, but there'll definitely be more Black Flag playthroughs for the rest of the year happening, multiple ones. Celebrate its 10th anniversary. Good thing that happened. I was trying to do something, but the game's like, no. You're not allowed to, Rod. Other people would be, but you're not allowed to. Alright, so, let's recap what happened in the last sequence. So last sequence was sequence 8, No Regrets, in which Edward Kenway was reproved by Mary Read for remaining ever fixed to the piratical way of life, and as such sailed north to recruit Blackbeard back into his cause, and failing such, thereby resolved to drink with him instead, until a sudden attack surprised their lot, resulting in the untimely death of Ed Thatch, whereupon our hero rejoined with Captain Vane and Mr. Rackham to pursue his original quest for the observatory, yet suffered a setback when a disgruntled Mr. Rackham raised a mutiny against them both, and so set adrift on a damaged ship, our hero found himself marooned with Captain Vane, whose sanity appeared in danger of slipping, whereupon Vane attacked Edward Kenway, forcing our hero to retaliate in kind, thus subduing his old friend and leaving him for dead, after which time Edward Kenway located a small fishing schooner and slipped from the island. And the last memory that we did was Memory 3, Marooned. Marooned and alone somewhere in the West Indies, Edward survived Charles Vane's increasingly deadly antics. So now we're in Sequence 9, Memory 1. Imagine my surprise, having learned that the Princess sails out of Kingston. Edward travels there to search for more information, and ends up finding enemies there with the same idea.
Topsails and gallants! Get them...
Thou west old ship that ever did sail, sail.
What then will you require? May fair winds favour you.
Stop a moment. I can help you fade away.
If you're not entirely overjoyed by what I have to offer, you won't just I'll bet you never bother paying me the little debt you incurred. For sporting, gentlemen. All manner of crustaceans.
All right, più tardi.
A right bunch of arses.
You've no reason to be sniffing about here. You brainless sheep lovers!
Can't pronounce half the bloody names. Martin.
Be you of a band?
Oh, your choice.
Hey,
Come on, this is something. It's all fun.
hold there!
Ever had the pleasure of two vixens in your day? Oh dear, I seem to have misplaced.
Alright, so here we're going to meet a character who is also voiced by the actor who plays Arno in Unity, Dan Genot.
What news are they?
This Barjon works for the Royal African Company. Tell him what you told me.
I haven't seen the princess for 8 weeks or more, meaning she may soon be back.
What else?
I thought this buck belonged to the other men who was asking about the princess this morning. So I told him that...
What other men?
Haughty sailor in plain rags, and a gent with a scar just here.
Where have they got to?
Staying just round the corner, they said.
I grow tired of chasing these fantasies of yours, Edward. As does the crew.
Hang in there, man. We're getting close.
Alright, kill brutes, 4 of 4, and sabotage alarm bells, 2 of 2.
They finally set a date for old Bonnet in Charlestown.
One of the NPCs there was talking about Stede Bonnet being sentenced to be hung. Later on, in the mission to suffer without dying, we actually can hear some dialogue where they talk to you about... Well, they don't talk to you about it, but they talk to each other about Stede Bonnet when he was killed.
Almost feel sorry for him. He is a pirate convicted.
Hold there! You come back here!
Stop him! Cut him off!
Forget it.
I've got a good line on him! I've got a shot!
Old man. Come back here and face us like a man. Hey, come back! Are you fair to us?
Get out of the bush, you prat!
Right. Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There'll be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to, say, spy on King George, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words, a small sample of blood gives us access to a man's everyday life.
Does Torres mean to spy on me, then? For I've just given him a sample of my blood.
As have I, Captain Hornigold, as will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
And trust, I reckon.
Yes, but fear not.
Aye, sir. I suppose it's a small price to pay for what the Templars have given me in return.
Precisely.
Governor, when you hunted pirates in Madagascar, what methods worked best?
I believe it was my charisma that persuaded them. Violence and threats should always be a last resort. In Madagascar, I offered those pirates a choice. Take a pardon and return to England penniless but free men, or be hanged by the neck until dead.
Just as you did in Nassau.
Precisely. A pity Commodore Chamberlain did not live to see my thorough success.
It's not like you to gloat, Rogers.
We all deserve a moment, don't we?
Oh! Young, bright, full of ideas. We'll send him round you.
It'll be Boston this time. I have a contact there who's not so fickle, you might say. Regardless, they all want this cargo, so it should be profitable.
God forbid any form of sex should creep into either of your heads.
Not an animus per se, Rosie. They're talking about the observatory, which, when they put someone's blood that's in a vial into the device, you can actually see through their eyes and see what they see, but also hear what they hear. So it's a really advanced surveillance device. But if you don't have the blood of the person you want
Take your mind off of things.
spy on, then it's useless for that person. You won't be able to see what they're seeing and all that kind of stuff. However, the Isu did actually also create things that you can actually use to experience the memories of someone. Ezio in Revelations experiences the memories of Altair because Altair puts his memories onto these discs in a similar way to how the Isu put their memories and consciousness into things. In real time, Rosie, yeah. Yeah, real time. I mean, even in modern times, having that ability would be very handy because, I mean, even though people have mobile phones and obviously all that kind of stuff, you're literally seeing through the eyes of the person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Grand Master, welcome. Buenas noches. What have you learned?
The princess was taken by pirates 6 weeks ago, and so far as we know, the Sage Roberts was still aboard.
Very good. It is something, no? And what measures are we taking? To recover the princess from these pirates?
Captain Hornigold has dispatched some of his best men to ensure the Sage's capture.
What of the Sage's present location? Do we know?
Africa, Your Excellency.
Africa? By God. The winds do not favor that route.
I concur, Grandmaster. I should have sailed there myself. One of my slave galleys would be more than capable of making a swift journey.
Slave galley? Captain, I asked you to divest yourself of that sick institution.
I failed to see the difference between enslaving some men and all men. Our aim is to steer the entire course of civilization, is it not?
A body enslaved inspires the mind to revolt. But enslave a man's mind, and his body will follow on, naturally, efficiently.
A fair point, Grandmaster.
Stop! Stop now!
Remind me, where in Africa are we looking?
Principe, sir, a small island.
We've sent 2 of our best men, Burgess and Cochrane. Privateers with fast ships and firm hearts.
Edward Kenway! Imagine my surprise at seeing your jackdaw anchored there. Have you heard all you came to hear? Will you now rescue the Sage from our clutching hands?
A pox on you, traitor! You sold us downriver.
Because I found a better path. The Templars know order, discipline, structure. But you never could fathom these subtleties. Goodbye, old friend. You were a soldier once, when you fought for something real. Something beyond yourself.
Get him! Fight dirty! Keep him down, Fish in a barrel, mate.
Bastards in me sights!
Now bullshit game, I pressed the counter button at the right time. Don't fucking give me that shit.
I'll turn you off!
Fine then game. I'll just run off.
I've got a clear shot!
I've got a lovely clear shot!
It's one of those days where things don't want to go my way. Alright, that's that mission done. Imagine my surprise. Killed 4 brutes and sabotaged 2 alarm bells. Rosie, you don't like it. Telepathy kind of dwarfs the idea of DNA memory. It's like a whole other conceit. The only downside to that whole system is that if the person's dead, then their blood's useless and you can't see what they're seeing anymore. So it's not really something you would use to find out what someone knew. That's why having the ability to access their memories is different.
Want to be left in peace?
And it was really like back in the day for the Isu, it was just their way to keep tabs on the human slaves that they had, so they knew where they were at all times and all that kind of stuff.
Captain's trick.
Whereas it's more of a storytelling opinion. It's like if Spinach also made Popeye a mind reader. Yeah. If only Spinach actually did that.
What's up? What's our course, Captain?
Principe, Quartermaster. We're sailing for the coast of Africa.
Now it lets me read the memory. Memory 2. Trust is earned. Eager to earn the sage Bartholomew Roberts' trust, Edward offers to kill the two Templars, Burgess and Cockram. Whereas you suppose this works on any blood since not all Templars are part alien. Well, here's the thing. The Isu aren't aliens. They're actually just a race of beings that existed on Earth before humans did, and they created us to be a slave race for them, and implanted in our brains a receptor that when they used their pieces of Eden devices on us, we followed their command without disobeying. And so anyone's blood, like you could literally take the blood of an animal and put it in a glass vial and put it into that device, and you'd be able to see through the eyes of that animal. So yeah, it's not, they're not like aliens or anything like that. They're just using highly advanced technology that they had back in their own time period, which over time, humans, after the big catastrophe happened, we were reverted back to primitive tools and technology. But all the other technology that the Isu had that survived was hidden in places or had been lost or destroyed after you know, earthquakes and landslides and floods and volcanic eruptions and the shifting of the planet's plates and all that kind of stuff.
More trouble, Captain!
Clues up! Eat her sticks!
Get to the dead!
Race for impact!
Fire! Captain, I won't place shot there!
Fire!
Caution, Edward!
Fire!
Close up, damage here!
Walking in, sir!
Awaiting orders, sir!
Fire!
There, sir! Good shot, good criminal!
Fire! Mains out, let's go! Fire!
Working on it.
Ready to fire, Captain!
You will sound the ship, can we?
Fire!
His weak is right there, Captain.
Fire! Fire!
That's where the most
on the
tender.
bowline to head! Let out some sail! Get them aloft! Douse all sail!
Haul in those halyards. Here.
Loose main sails!
Topsails, gallants. Loose and trim. Brace yourselves for collision. Surely we are nearing our goal.
Haul in the stunsails!
I'm off to find Roberts.
Don't stay long. The crew's getting restless out here.
Captain's got the sea!
Alright, soon some optional objectives will pop up. Harbinger, finishing Black Flag before the weekend. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll be done with this. The main game I'll be finishing in today's stream. Any special plans for Unity? Yeah, I've got a challenge already set up for Assassin's Creed Unity, but I'll reveal what that is before I get to the end of Freedom Cry. Bring back channel point contributions for challenge. Yeah, I don't want to use that all the time, because I do have a time factor that I keep repeating I have to get certain things done before the year ends. I had time to do it with AC1 and 2, but I don't have time to do it with every Assassin's Creed game.
Hey, espera só momento, amigo.
Captain Kenway. Yet another dire situation, Roberts. We really must stop meeting like this.
Stop tailing me and your wish had come true.
There's no need for this. You know I'm as good as my word.
Our Captain Howell was killed today in a Portuguese ambush. Headstrong fool. I warned him not to go ashore.
It was orchestrated by the Templars Burgess and Cockram. The same sort that took you to Havana.
Ah. I see now there is no escaping the Templars' attention, is there? I suppose it is time to fight back.
I do like the sound of that.
And I know just how I'll do it. But these men, Burgess and Cockram, they cannot be allowed to leave with word of my escape.
They won't. Count on it.
If you spot any men from my crew, do them some kindness and send them here.
I'll do all I can.
Yeah. Alright, we need to double assassinate Cockram and Burgess, and we need to free 2 pirates. Ahoy there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. How's the pirate life today? It's going well. Going very, very well. Going to be finishing the main game today. I decided to keep the challenge rules the same for Freedom Cry as well. I'll just have to edit the rules just to incorporate the things that aren't in Black Flag, the game, like firecrackers, and include them as things that I can't actually use, unless the game tells me. Harbinger, is this the part with the double air assassination? It is. Yeah, this one's very tricky. Because if you're not quick enough, you'll have to restart the whole memory to actually get it if you don't get it. Thanks, Senny. You know, I didn't actually know you could do that, Crooked. Because I think it's because I always like to do the air assassination move on them. Actually, that reminds me, I did do a challenge of this playthrough in the past where all the main targets had to be air assassinated, unless there was no way to possibly actually do it, of course. But I think I also made it that I could only assassinate the main target as well. So if I had an enemy next to the main target, I had to wait until the main target was on their own. Crooked, do you think the last couple of times you've also went for the double air assassination feels more fitting as well? That's true, yeah. Yeah, I just love that. That's still my favourite type of assassination technique. There's just something graceful about it too as well. That's why I love seeing it in Assassin's Creed 1 in the cinematic. And also that homage to it in Valhalla when Hytham does the air assassination and how they have the same camera angle and all that kind of stuff on him doing it. With a twist, of course. He unfortunately isn't able to pull it off because Godfrey is just like, oh yeah, grab, throw. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Not to worry, we're not near the prisoners, so that's good. Otherwise they would have got killed. There's only one optional objective I'm not looking forward to in Freedom Cry, and that's the one where you have the investigations that you need to do. I hate those investigations. Crooked, that was such a cool homage. You still remember getting super excited seeing it for the first time in Valhalla, only for Hytham to fail due to Eivor wanting the kill for themselves, lol. Those investigations are the worst, especially the tailing one. It was a really cool homage as well. You know, I really appreciate that kind of stuff. And it does bring a smile to your face kind of thing. Yeah, that tailing one is just so damn friggin' annoying. There'll be lots of swearing when I do that, you can definitely be guaranteed. I just realized that, in its own way, that tactic is kind of like the last known position, because when you are out in the open long enough, but not too long, the enemy will actually go directly to where they saw you.
Fail! Apanyo!
Take only what you can carry, maggot. We're not waiting on no one.
Put some muscle in that bustle or we're leaving you behind.
Pull up your socks and grab your cocks. This ship is sailing.
Oi! Roust yourselves and haul your asses to port. We're weighing anchor.
Take only what you can carry, maggots. We're not waiting on no one.
Put some muscle in that bustle or we're leaving you behind.
Pull up your socks and grab your cocks. This ship is sailing.
Oi! Roust yourselves and haul your asses to port. We're weighing anchor.
The programming is so bullshit there. They've programmed it so that they literally know you're instantly there without even seeing you.
Take only what you can carry, maggots. We're not waiting on no one.
Put some muscle in that bustle or we're leaving you behind.
roust yourselves and haul your asses to port. We'll weigh an anchor.
You done us good, Kenway. Proved yourself a true bravo. And for what?
His own bloody pride.
You stepped in the path of my prize. Not a thing a man should do.
A cocksure, Cully. Just like Hornigold said.
That Templar scab means nothing to me. None of you do.
And you're worse for it, Kenway. It were the Templars who took us in when all else went to shit. Not our king. Not our country. The Templars.
The Templars is our family. Where's yours?
Well, I mean, if your family are assholes, then
there are
why be proud of that?
Low wages and hard labor. Yet, as gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. So what man with a sensible mind would choose the former life, when the only hazard we pirates run is a sour look from those without strength or splendor? Ha! Now, I have been among you 6 weeks, and in that time, I have adopted your outlook as my own, and with so fierce a conviction that it may frighten you to see your passions reflected from me in so stark a light. But if it's a captain you see in me now, aye then, I'll be your bloody captain.
Yeah!
For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man! Oh, you flatter me with your persistence.
I'm looking for the observatory. Folks say you're the only man that can find it.
Folks are correct. Despite my distaste for your eagerness, I see in you a touch of untested genius. I'm Bartholomew Roberts.
Edward.
I've no secrets to share with you now. But if you'll lend me your aid, in 2 months' time west of the Leeward Islands, well, it's there you'll get some answers, I promise you.
That's one of my favourite quotes from Bartholomew Roberts. For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and withdrawing them find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man. Memory 2, trust is earned. Optional objectives done. Double assassinate Cockrum and Burgess, and freed 2 of the 2 pirates, and did not break any challenge rules.
Funny that. With scurvy, the fix is more pleasant than the cause. When you catch a dose from a horn, must treat it with quicksilver. You're fonder of getting the disease than you are of curing it. Something biting at you.
Ah, all men desire to live by a code or a creed, yes? Yet when pressed, most defer to their instincts rather than the laws that bind them. What is the appeal of a creed if it does not yoke all men to like behavior?
Might make a man feel like he belongs to something. What's your answer?
Oh, that all men are sheep. That an old wolf like me deserves every ounce of blood he draws. Sail to this location. Bring only those you trust.
Now, given that he has the consciousness of a 70,000 plus old being inside of him, when he says this old wolf, it has a whole different other context and meaning to it. Mysteriosa.
Douse all but me! Loose all!
There was a ship, she sailed to Spain. Oh, oh, roll and go. There was a ship, came home again. Tommy's on the topsail yard. And what do you think was in her hold?
Douse the royals and tops!
Roll and go. There was diamonds, there was gold. Tommy's on the topsail yard. And what was in her lazaret? Oh, oh, roll and go.
Shorten sail!
Split peas and bad bull meat. Tommy's on the topsail yard. Oh, many a sailor man gets drunk. Oh, roll and go. Many a sailor man gets drowned. Tommy's on the topsail yard.
Old Billy Ryan, he was a dancing master. Old Billy.
There was a ship,
Down
she
west,
sailed.
old
Ship that ever did sail.
Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. Sally is the girl that I love dearly. Way, bully in the alley. Sally is the girl that I spliced dearly. Bully down in Shinbo now. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. For 7 long years I courted little Sally. Way, bully in the alley. But all she did was dilly and dally. Bully down in Shinbo now. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. If I ever get back up.
Alright, so just to recap Sequence 9. Sequence 9, Muddied Waters, in which Mary Read further reproved our hero for seeking the observatory for reasons selfish in nature, whereupon Edward sailed for Kingston in pursuit of a rumour that the sage might be docked there, and whereupon he discovered that the Templars Torres, Rogers and Hornigold had learned of the sage's departure from Kingston to the African island of Principe, after which Edward made a hasty departure east, offending much of his crew, who preferred simple piracies to treasure hunts, and arriving thus landed upon Principe to make the acquaintance of the sage, a man now turned pirate and calling himself Captain Bartholomew Roberts, whereupon Edward Kenway killed 2 Templars sent to capture the sage, the men Burgess and Cockram, thus earning Roberts' full trust. Sequence 10, Memory 1. Black Bart's Gambit. Searching for an important but unspecified treasure, Bartholomew Roberts compels Edward to sail among a massive fleet of Portuguese ships and steal one.
Oh, marry little Sally, way.
Ah, Captain Kenway. Shall we use your ship for this next scheme or mine?
I'd first hear the details before deciding.
Oh, it's a small gambit. This fount of information has just told me that a nearby galleon contains the treasure I seek. For his sake, I hope he's right.
You've thought this plan through?
Indeed. Using this man, we'll acquire a Portuguese flag, which will get us as close to our target as possible. It's a very simple idea, if you follow my orders to the letter.
The jackdaw, then.
Excellent.
We're underway, Roberts. So what's your plan?
The flagship of this fleet is transporting a valuable treasure in a large chest. Crystal phials filled with blood. You may remember.
We're chasing drams of blood. Is that all?
I asked you to follow my instructions to the letter, Captain, but I did not give you leave to question why. I want those blood vials intact, and if that does not happen, we part as enemies. Do you understand?
I'll try to, aye. Can't place your accent, Roberts. Is it the west you come from?
Exactly right. A tiny town called Casnewydd Bach.
I've not heard of it.
Aye, you have. I always fancied it should have a placard placed at its borders. Welcome to Casnewydd Bach, the town you have just passed.
I'm from Swansea myself.
Ah, a teeming metropolis by comparison.
Put on some sail. Douse them all. Put on some sail. More sail. All we've got. Come off the wind, someone. Haul down. Reef the mains. Furl all sails.
There's the thing for us, Captain. You see that ship here? We'll need its flag for this ruse to work.
If I can steal their flag without disturbing so much as a flea, I'll do it.
By all means, try.
Alright, need to stay out of combat.
Que Deus abençoe ao rei Dom João. Que Deus o guarde e proteja, senhor. Como se encontra nesta noite tão formosa? Muito bem, obrigado. Só um pequeno passeio por entre os nossos Boa tarde. Está tudo em ordem por enquanto? Sim, senhor. Tudo em ordem, senhor. Estamos apenas à espera que o nosso navio almirante seja reabastecido antes de zarpar. E julgo que um dos nossos navios mercantes da nossa frota necessita de um novo mastro. Há homens em terra neste momento em... de uma...
If this scallywag gives us away, I'll paint the quarterdeck.
Começa a falar. Saudações, cavalheiros! E que Deus abençoe ao rei Dom João. Que Deus o guarde e proteja, senhor. Como se encontra nesta noite tão formosa? Muito bem, obrigado. Está tudo em ordem por enquanto? Sim, senhor. Tudo em ordem, senhor. Estamos apenas à espera que o nosso navio almirante seja reabastecido antes de zarparmos. E julgo que um dos nossos navios mercantes da nossa frota necessita de um novo mastro. Há homens em terra neste momento em busca de uma árvore que sirva de tal propósito. Bem, mercadores talentosos? Não? Quantos julga que serão? Compõem a maior parte da nossa frota, senhor. Dos nossos 42 navios,
Diria que mais de 2/3 são embarcações mercantis.
Um número considerável. Nesse caso, não duvido que estejam de bordo dos piratas. Então?
Sim, senhor, exatamente. Daí as nossas precauções. Com tantos piratas nestas águas, esta frota necessita de bastante proteção. Não é uma tarefa leve, guardar...
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Shin. It's too far gone. Should have came out years ago. How hard is it to do a pirate game?
Foi prazer falar consigo, jovem. Entregue os meus cumprimentos ao seu capitão.
Certo, senhor. Ele de momento está a dormir. Pode lamentar não ter tido a oportunidade para falar consigo.
É uma pena. Até à próxima. E que Deus vos abençoe.
Shin, which is sad because you wanted to play it. Yeah, I mean the concept of having like an action-adventure pirate game.
You got the flag?
Aye, and we're flying it now. This should do nicely.
Loose the mains. I'll keep my distance. Slow and steady.
Aye. The flag we stole won't protect us from eyes that pry too long.
Por favor, senhor. Imploro-lhe que considere aquilo que está prestes a fazer.
Now é possível.
What's he whinging about?
He's not whinging. He's ecstatic.
Trim to, catch the wind. Ease the trim, reef tops. Clew up, shorten sail. More sail, all we've got. Ease the trim, reef tops.
Up ahead! They're unloading something from that ship!
Could that be our prize? Perhaps you should go ashore, Captain Kenway. Find that chest, and if it contains the prize I seek, bring it here. Tell this lot my ship right with plague. They'll not come near them unless you catch them.
Admor! Podemos falar com o capitão do navio? Olá, olá! É o próprio. Peço perdão pela minha resposta abrupta. Sei ter mais notícias para transmitir. É possível que ficamos infectados pela peste. O quê? A peste? Por Deus! Como foi isso de acontecer? Imagino que terá sido mercadoria infectada. Nos deixarem em paz, por enquanto, encontraremos uma forma de organizar uma quarentena para evitar o contágio. Certo, senhor. Nós transmitimos a mensagem. A peste? O capitão daquele brigo diz que estão afetados pela peste. O que vamos fazer?
Rafael, desperta uns quantos homens e remem até aquele brigo. Eles dizem que foram atacados pela peste, mas eu quero vê-los mais de perto. O que está aquele brigo a fazer ali? É a nossa bandeira, mas acho que nunca o tinha visto bem. Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, cheira-me a traição.
Sim, ouvi dizer que se chamava Torres. Tempos estranhos estes em que um espanhol pode andar a passear pelo convés de um dos nossos vasos de guerra.
Atenção àquele navio. Tem estado ali parado há algum tempo. Tem motivo para tal.
Muito mal da sua marinha, a verdade é que nos faz bem à disciplina. Um convés deve ser organizado e tão limpo como o rabo de uma baleia. Por isso leva o rancor que o capitão nos coloca a esfregá-lo. É senso comum.
Porra! Apaga-o!
Shin Skull and Bones is the third game to go vaporware that you were waiting on, the other two being Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Yeah.
Odmore, podemos falar com o capitão do navio?
What they should have done with Skull and Bones is not announce it at all until they were confident they were at the point in the development where it was ready to be announced and they concretely knew that they were going to be releasing it.
O quê? A peste? Por Deus!
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, cheira-me a traição.
Sim, ouvi dizer que se chamava Torres. Tempos estranhos estes em que um espanhol pode andar a passear pelo
Do you remember this part? So hard to do it undetected. Yeah, it's more that I can't get into combat as well. Like if there was one enemy on their own and they detected me, that would still count as getting into combat.
A verdade é que nos faz bem à disciplina. Convés deve ser organizado, tão limpo como o rabo de uma baleia. Por isso é por rancor que o capitão nos coloca.
Plus, I can't use smoke bombs or anything, so I've got disadvantages.
Agora vais morrer.
We'll tell this lot we're a ship rife with plague. They'll not come near then.
Odmore, podemos falar com o capitão do navio?
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, cheira-me...
O quê? A peste? Por Deus! Como foi isto acontecer? Certo, senhor. Nós transmitimos a mensagem.
Por muito que amaldiçoe a marinha, a verdade é que nos faz bem à disciplina. Convés deve ser organizado e tão limpo como o rabo de uma baleia. Por isso é por rancor que o capitão nos coloca a esfregá-lo. É senso comum.
Game, why you not assassinate the target that was closest first?
We'll tell this lot we're a ship rife with plague. They'll not come near then.
Alright, time to use my backup tactic for situations like this. Where it's taking too long to do it that way.
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, cheira-me a traição.
Sim, ouvi dizer que se chamava Torres.
Como foi isto acontecer?
Que amaldiçoe a marinha, a verdade...
Damn it. Friggin' 3 assholes.
Merda! Gio! Hei de encontrar!
You piece of cunt.
We'll tell this lot we're a ship rife with. They'll not come near then unless they catch them.
Odmor! Podemos falar com o capitão do navio? Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, era... É o próprio. Por muito que amaldiçoe a marinha, a verdade é que nos faz bem à disciplina. Um convés deve ser organizado e tão limpo como o rabo de uma baleia. Por isso não é por rancor que o capitão nos coloca a esfregado. É senso comum.
Fuck off, game. Why are you breaking your own fucking rules? Why the fuck is that bloody sniper going down to look anyway? The fucking detection meter didn't reach the fucking point that it's supposed to for the enemy to know to go to look for you. Don't fucking lie to me, you piece of fucking shit. Jeez, I hate when games do that.
Odmor! Podemos falar com o capitão do navio?
Like bull fucking shit. The meter wasn't anywhere near where it's supposed to be for the game to have the character actually look for you. Fucking piece of shit.
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, isto era uma traição.
Sim,
Por Deus!
dizer se
Como
chamava
foi isto
Torres.
acontecer?
And there are a few fans working on the Knights of the Old Republic remake, and they're going to give it away for free because LucasArts forced the fans to shut down their project. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I understand being fans and wanting to do that stuff, but to think that there's not going to be any repercussions or not going to be anything like that is, you know, unrealistic. You need to expect that that's going to be something that's going to happen.
A verdade é que nos faz bem à disciplina. Convés deve ser organizado.
But you can't wait to replay this again. It'll feel like a vacation in the Caribbean after killing tons of zombies. That's true, it definitely will. I don't blame you either for wanting to replay this. Hey there, Nemesis, welcome on in.
The chest they hauled ashore was full of empty vials. Where's our Portuguese captain?
He had outlived his usefulness.
Where is he?
Sleeping soundly at the bottom of the sea.
How many men must we kill for a simple prize?
As many as drift into our path.
Hold down. Reef the mains. Let's get moving.
Hey game, where's the dialogue that's supposed to happen there where Adewale comments on the fucking ship that we just saw wrecked?
Loose the stansails. Clew up, shorten sail. More sail, all we've got. Ease the trim, reef tops. Put on some sail. Ease the trim, reef tops. Loose the mains. Clew up, shorten sail.
Our treasure must be aboard that galleon. Why don't you take the ship itself and save us a bit of time?
Aye, that's the way I'd play it.
I can bring the jackdaw closer, but those lookouts will be a problem.
Well spotted. I'll clear them off first.
Alright, so we need to deal with these lookouts. Unless the optional objective requires it, I'm not allowed to use smoke bombs, poison darts, sleep darts, berserk darts, what do you want to call them. Can't use smoke bombs.
Estou cansado desta rotina. E também nós.
For fuck's sake, game, how many times do we need to have this conversation? Logically, you would fucking kill the enemy closest first. Considering I was fucking closest to the other enemy. And press the fucking assassinate button. Jesus fucking Christ, game. Fuck's sake.
Estou cansado desta rotina. E também não estou ansioso pela viagem de volta ao motor.
Ouviste falar do que aconteceu àqueles piratas britânicos em Nassau?
É a tripulação do Esquibórnio que está a fazer o tour nesta noite? Ou foste tu ontem? Por Deus, estou a perder a conta aos dias.
Não te podes jogar as cartas do que houveres!
Rex, passa aqui!
We've been spotted. Took them long enough.
To quarters all, man the cannons! Every last hand!
On your command, Captain! Let's hear the roar of this beast!
Monkey Island reference coming up soon when he says...
Get the mains free!
Hot winds of hell blowing in your face. I was just wondering if the optional objective state of combat was finally gonna fucking pop. I'm glad it did.
Ready to fire, sir! A piece of sack! Fire! Taking damage here! Fire! Put a shot right down there! Fire! Fire! Down to the tree! Fire! They're so exposed! Take the shot, sir! Fire! There's a good shot to cripple her! Got a sack,
like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face!
There we go.
They're on the bowline to hell!
On your mark, Captain!
The ghost pirate LeChuck says that in Secret of Monkey Island.
Ready to fire! We're ready, sir! Sail, sir! Fancy
No mercy for those who stand in our path!
Whoops. That's shooting.
More sail! All sail! Fire!
Fight for what is owed you, lads! Nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing!
Fire! 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 Fire!
Here's my prize. Ah, the Templars have been busy, I see. Lawrence Prince's blood. Useless now. Woods Rogers, Ben Hornigold, even Torres himself. Small quantities kept for a special purpose.
You must take me to the observatory, Roberts. I need to know what it is.
To what end, eh? Will you sell it from under my nose? Or work with me and use it to bolster our gain?
Whatever improves my lot in life.
How ridiculous. A merry life and a short one, that's my motto. It's all the optimism I can muster. All right, Captain Kenway. You've earned a look.
There we go, memory 1 of sequence 10. Black Bart's Gambit, optional objectives done, stay out of combat, use a rope swing to kill the captain. Given all the bad luck I had in that fucking memory, I'm surprised I got the second optional objective on the first attempt. Usually that's one of the ones that fucks up for me.
Clues.
Let's have a song then.
She rises, way up, she rises, way up, she rises, early in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Way up, she rises, way up, she rises, way up, she rises, early in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with the hose pipe on him. Early in the morning. Way up, she rises. Way up, she rises. Way up, she rises. Early in the morning. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Put him in the brig until he's sober. Early in the morning. Way up, she rises. Way up, she rises. Way up, she rises. Early in the morning.
We must tread lightly. Down all but me.
Hello there, Afro. Wanted to let the rest of that play out.
Ease off.
Sequence 10, Memory 2, Murder and Mayhem. Edward is forced to track down and attempt to kill his old friend Benjamin Hornigold to prevent him from finding the observatory.
Can you feel it, Addy? We're moments away from the grandest prize of all.
I feel nothing but a hot wind in my ears, Captain.
Come on, man. When we take this treasure, we'll be set for life, all of us. 10 times over.
As you wish.
Ahoy, Roberts! We'll cast anchor and meet ashore.
You were followed, Captain Kenway. How long for, I wonder?
It's Hornigold!
Burn and flay that turncoat.
Deal with your old friend in haste, Captain, before I regret my favor to you.
Give me some speed!
Captain, think carefully about what you mean to do here.
What are you grousing about, Addy? It's Ben Hornigold, come to kill us out there.
Aye, and the traitor needs to die. But what then? Can you say with certainty that you deserve the observatory more than he and his Templars?
No, I can't, and I don't care to try. But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
Forget working with Roberts. Tell the assassins. Bring them here and let them protect this place.
Aye, I'll bring them here. If they're willing to pay me a good sum for it.
We'll have a hard fight if Hornigold draws us any deeper into this fog. We're nearing the Devil's Backbone.
You mean them crags that look like the backbone of a beast?
Aye. El Espinazo del Diablo, the Spaniards call it.
Yeah, throw money, money, money. Edward's pursuits. Just a shame he has to learn the hard way.
Grieve! Short and all sail! Loose! Trim the yards off the wind! Crowded! Her cannon!
Afro, it was refreshing though, game not being a revenge plot, just good old money, bro, you could get behind that. Yeah. But it's a good, sort of like example of how is the money you get in the end worth losing the people
Captain,
you do along the way.
Think carefully about what you mean to do here.
What are you grousing about, Ade? It's Ben Hornigold, come to kill us out there.
Aye, and the traitor needs to die. But what then? Can you say with certainty that you deserve the observatory more than he and his Templars?
No, I can't, and I don't care to try. But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
Forget working with Roberts. Tell the assassins. Bring them here and let them protect this place.
Aye, I'll bring them here. If they're willing to pay me a good sum for it.
Main!
We're nearing the Devil's Backbone.
You mean them crags that look like the backbone?
Sail! Get off the squall! Loose!
Hey there, Etone, thanks for redeeming that. Once I finish this memory, I'll be able to do that for you.
I would say the danger has passed. Where's young Tom?
Where's that? Trim the yards off! Haul in the stunsails! All tops! And... Reef the topsails and gallants!
Furl the mains! Reef those gallants!
Get the mains free!
Loose all! Hearty lads!
Douse all but mains! Ease off the wind! The royals and tops! Loose! The gallants and all down!
Get our dogs ready to bark!
Fire!
Working on it. Give the orders, sir.
Fire! We're ready, sir! Brace yourself for collision! We're in close quarters here. Careful you don't run us aground.
Fire!
We've been scorched. Almost ready,
Incoming
sir.
fire!
Enemy fire!
Fire! Douse all for ho! Mine ho! Veins out, let's go! Fire! Another hit and we're to David, Captain! We must soon found fire! They're fearful tag to us, sir! Fire! Making all ace, sir! Fire! That one did some damage!
There's Hornigold. Getting close.
Fire!
We're in close quarters here. Careful you don't run us aground.
Fire! 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 Batten yourselves! Fire! 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 Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize! Beat them back! Keep them up on deck! Do not let them board us!
Goodbye, pest! Ladies! Jack's coming and he's bringing some friends! I'll have your life. No, not here. So you die. Nothing. 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 No, not here. So you die. Not here. so you die. No, nothing. Not here. And so you die. Not here. So you die. Not here. Not here. Nothing.
Ship, sir. Can you do this, brother? Is your heart up for it?
Truth be told, I was hoping to... I will be coming back.
Alright, so now we need to air assassinate Horn of Gold for the offshore objective. Still not allowed to use smoke bombs, sleep darts, berserk darts, guns, swords. Only allowed to use hidden blades. Can't use human shield mechanic either.
The mighty piss poor sailing back there, lads. And if we live out this day, by God, I'm flaying every last bit of you. Steady up! And keep your backs together, lads. This fight ain't over.
Stand where you are! Bastard's trying to get away! Yeah. Grenade, move! Let's furl your sails! Hey, bastards in the sights!
I know this bastard, and I've seen what he can do. He'll be after me, sure as I'm standing here. Hold your ground, and be ready for anything.
Clear as day. I think I can hit him! Come on, don't lose the shit! Grenade, move! He's dead in me sights! I've got him in my sights! Faster! We'll not be losing him!
Ah! You could have been a man who stood for something. But you've a killer's heart now. With nothing but metal to show for all your blunders.
Damn sight better than you, Ben. The heart of a traitor who thinks himself better than his mates.
Aye, and proven true. What have you done since Nassau fell, huh? Nothing but murder and mayhem.
You threw in with the very kind we once hated!
No! These Templars are different. I wish you could see that. But if you continue on your present course, you'll find you're the only one walking it. With the gallows at its end.
It may be. But now the world has one less snake in it. And that's enough for me.
Very true. One less snake. Templar cunt. Alright, Memory 2 Murder and Mayhem done. Optional objective. Stay out of combat while finding Horn of Gold and air assassinate Horn of Gold. Alright, Etern, I'm going to honor that Arnie dubs a cutscene redemption. Is there any particular cutscene you'd like, or do you want me to just choose? What's your purpose in Port Royal, Mr. Smith? Yeah, and no lies. Well, then, I confess, it is my intention to commandeer one of these ships, pick up a crew in Tortuga, raid, pillage, plunder, and otherwise pilfer my weaselly black guts out. I said, no lies. I think he's telling the truth. If he were telling the truth, he wouldn't have told us. Unless, of course, he knew you wouldn't believe the truth, even if he told you. He told it. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. So I'll go into options, and I think I still have... I do, cool. So I still have kept track of things. I can leave the music like that. I just need to take the voice out so that I can do the Arnie impression of the characters' dialogues. Unfortunately, in this game, there are some cutscenes that only happen between sequences ending and the next one starting. Here, I'll do this one. The Siege of Charlestown. Are you not loved at home? Are you not wanted by your wives and families and countrymen? How else to explain your government's complete disinterest in your well-being? Hostages for medicines. These were my only terms. And yet, 6 days of pure fucking silence. So I must conclude that you men are the pariahs of Charlestown. And I would profit better by using your organs for charm and your bones for char. By Christ, this is my predicament, to kill you or to press you into my service. It's a decision I'll make hardly, but not without remorse. Ahoy, Edward, what the hell are you doing, man? All of Charlestown can see this mess. It's the idea, out of range, but well inside. So, where's the medicine? I sent a party ashore to barter with the governor. That were a week ago. No noise since. I'll handle it. Give me a day. There we go, E-Tone. Thanks for honoring... thanks for redeeming the Arnie Dubs a cutscene redemption. Oh, hang on. There's more, if this cutscene continues. There's movement up ahead. Is it soldiers? Aye, and in something of a hurry. I propose we follow, else they spring something we ain't ready for. There we go. Thanks again, E-Tone, for redeeming that. And I'll just put the dialogue volume back to what it was now. Hello there, Milan. Good morning to you in June. Fine rainy bank holiday Monday. It's your favourite boat people. From June, Milan's making breakfast today. You had fun painting the cabin exterior on Milan's boat on Saturday afternoon. It looks nice now. Oh, that's excellent, June. That's great. It's always good to get something like that done and also to be, you know, really happy with the results of it. So that's awesome. I hope that you've been having a great weekend overall and that you're going to enjoy your breakfast. Cabo de Cruz. We'll fast travel here.
Knights at peace, nothing to report, sir.
Un tipo. Oh, estupendo. Todo un atleta. Una prisa
I would help you lose the hounds, Captain.
¿Qué puedo hacer hoy por usted?
June, it smells good. He's doing pancakes. Oh, delicious. I love pancakes. They're awesome.
Muy satisfactorio. ¿Necesita algo? Hecho. Suerte.
Seems you could use a little help disappearing, friend.
Up. Not up that. There we go.
Captain's at the helm.
Let up!
Memory 3 of Sequence 10, The Observatory. Edward and Bartholomew Roberts fight their way through treacherous jungles to reach the entrance of the observatory.
Is that pirate hunter dead?
Aye, by my own hand. Why is it you alone can find what so many want?
I was born with memories of this place. Memories of another time entirely, I think. Like another life I've already led.
Curse you for a lurch, man, and speak some sense.
Not today. After you, Captain. The path ahead is dangerous. The men native to this land will put up a fight, Edward. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed?
You'll hear from me soon.
Alright, incapacitate all guardians while unarmed. And the other objective, the optional objective is incapacitate guardians from stalking zones. So in order to do the optional objectives, I'm allowed to just knock them out. Which I could do anyway, if I wanted to, but I decided to make it that I can't knock out enemies unless there's an optional objective required. I think anyway. But we'll have to do this unarmed. Junior usually make them with a pancake mix, but he's doing them from scratch. He cooks delicious food. You've always been a buy a packet cook, but he just gets ingredients and makes bigger meals. Well, that's fair as well too, you know. But it's great to have you know, someone that also wants to you know, enjoy that kind of thing as well. So that's awesome, June, that Milan does that. And I'm, you know, the same as well. You know, do them from a packet of food. Hey Game Fanatic, Assassin's Creeding I see. That's true, doing my Assassin's Creed annual playthrough of Black Flag. Until my annual series playthrough is finished, I'm doing Assassin's Creed streams Saturdays, Sundays, Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays each week. Thank you so much for the raid, Game Fanatic. Thank you for that. Junior wants to teach you how to do his rabbit stew. To be honest, you want him to teach you too. It's so good. The rabbit just melts in your mouth. Well, that's good too as well. You know, to have someone that is willing to teach you how to, you know, do something like that. And definitely also helps if you already really enjoy that food as well. Game Fanatic. You like steak, potatoes, green beans, and macaroni and cheese. Yeah, that's all delicious food as well. I love macaroni and cheese also. Or chicken spaghetti, garlic bread. Damn, that sounds delicious too. Can't get enough of it. I don't blame you, Game Fanatic. That's for sure. June, you'd never eaten rabbit until you met Milan. He has bought some pheasant and told you he's going to make something called pheasant terrine later on. Later today. You don't know what terrine is and you haven't tried pheasant before, but he's sure you'll want seconds. Me neither, to be honest. Rabbit's also a meat I haven't tried. Or, you know, pheasant as well. And never heard of terrine myself either.
Ayalki ak ama, iglalki ich kelinjum.
Let's get going.
Hey there, Milan. Welcome. I hope it's going well. You think June enjoys your stream? She's eating pancakes now. Just saw the last post. Peasant Terrina is simply divine. Very hearty game food. Is it? Oh, nice, Milan. Yeah, so is Terrine something that is only related to, like, making it with pheasants? Or is it something that you can also do with other meats and stuff? But that's great too that June also enjoys the streams. That's awesome to hear. And those pancakes sound delicious. I haven't had pancakes for a while. Alright, offshore objectives done.
Observatory. All this.
Aye, an almost sacred place. All it needs is a drop of my blood. And the door opens after almost 80,000 years.
Jesus, Roberts! Have you gone mad?
Quite the contrary, Edward. These wags would have gone mad at seeing what lies beyond this gate. But you... I suspect you're made of sterner stuff. Now, pick up that chest and carry it hither. Dirty and decrepit. Not quite as I remember, but it has been over 80 millennia.
Ah, rot. That's impossible.
Step as if on thin ice, Captain. I must say I'm quite taken by this new vocation of mine. And it may amuse you to know that I have authored my own articles of conduct.
A creed of your own, eh?
To keep the peace, yes. I forbid all gambling upon the deck, for instance, for it leads to more conflict than camaraderie. Desertion during battle is forbidden. And I require that all men keep their pieces and cutlasses clean and fit for service at all times.
Sensible.
And punishable by death if disobeyed.
That's a step further than I'd go. Look at this place.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Aye. It's like something out of a fairy tale, or one of them old poems.
There were many stories about this place once. Tales that turned into rumors and again into legend. The inevitable process of facts becoming fictions before fading away entirely.
More blood vials.
Yes, these cubes contain the blood of an old and ancient people. A wonderful race in their time.
The more you talk, man, the less I understand.
I don't expect you to. Only remember this. The blood in those files is not worth a single real to anyone anymore. It may be again one day, but not in this epoch.
Milano can be made with any meat, like a line a casserole dish with bacon, then cut your meat of choice into bite-sized chunks, mix the meat with potatoes, onion, parsnips, carrots, sweet potato and a dash of cider vinegar, season with oregano, thyme and rosemary, cover the top with more bacon and put it in the oven at 200 degrees Celsius for an hour. Oh, that's cool that you can do it with any meat like that. That really does sound tasty, for sure. I love all that kind of stuff. Not too sure about cider vinegar though, only because I don't think I've tried it, but that all does sound really, really good. So what we're now going to witness is the power of the observatory. So any person's blood who's in a glass vial, if they're still alive, when you put it into this device, you can actually literally see through their eyes and hear what they're hearing and see what they're seeing and use it as like a surveillance device. So that's something that the Isu who created humans wanted to use to keep tabs on humanity and all that kind of stuff. And I guess if there was any Isu that were being punished or whatnot, or wanted to be, they were suspicious of them, they would obviously, be able to see where they were at all times. But yeah, it's only useful if the person's still alive. If they're dead, you won't see anything.
Here we are. Place the chest just there.
What's that noise?
Ah, yes. A security measure. Just a moment. There we are.
So what is this place?
Think of it as a large spyglass, such as we sailors carry. A device capable of seeing great distances.
This is bloody witchcraft.
No, this is Mr. Jack Rackham, somewhere in the world at this moment.
NASA? Well, this is happening right now. We're seeing through his eyes.
Aye.
I don't know, Jim. I haven't the faintest idea how to pilot a ship. That ain't work a woman does.
Tosh. I've seen a score of ladies who can reef a sail and spin a capstan.
And would you teach me to fight? With a cutlass, like? And maybe handle a pistol?
All that and more. But you have to want it and work for it. There's no stumbling into true success.
Hey, lad, that's my lass you're making love to. You lay off, or I'll catch ya.
Up your ass, Rackham. Lad's the last thing you should be calling me.
Oh, is that right, is it? Lad?
A curious bunch. Let's try another. Governor Woods Rogers.
You have a bold idea, but I must think it carefully through.
A simple pledge of loyalty is all you need suggest to the House of Commons. An oath, a gesture, and a simple ceremonial dram of blood taken from the finger. That's all.
The ministers may give me trouble, But it should be easy enough to convince the House of Lords. They do adore an excess of pomp and circumstance.
Exactly. Tell them it's a show of fealty to the king against those revolting Jacobites.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, these Templars.
The crucial detail is the blood. You must get a sample from each man. We want to be ready when we find the observatory.
Agreed.
A precious tool, you see.
Sorcery, that's what it is.
Not so! Every mechanism that gives this device its light is a true and physical thing. Ancient, yes, but nothing supernatural or strange.
We'll be masters of the ocean with that.
Oh, such ambition. There is nothing in my code about loyalty, boy. You played your role, but our partnership is done!
You're a dead man, Roberts!
Milan, now you know what it is you're looking forward to dinner time. Sounds really nice. Oh, hell yeah, it really, really does. It's a great quote by Mary where she says there's no stumbling into true success. And where Bartholomew Roberts says it's nothing supernatural or strange is good, because essentially what he's saying is it's not magic, it's not fantasy, it's actual technology, science, something that's real. It's not something that's whimsical or magical or anything like that. And it's important to remember that about all these things in this series, because that's what it all is. To the eyes of someone in the past, if we showed them a mobile phone and someone spoke to you and then that person heard it, they would think you were using magic, but we know it's not magic. So it's the same with what the Isu created. They didn't create these artifacts that were imbued with some kind of like magical power. It's all technology based. Sci-fi, not fantasy. And that's where studios like Ubisoft Quebec misunderstand the Isu tech. Because in their mind, they want to make the Isu tech out to be magical items that somehow give the person who is like using the item or wearing it or whatnot magical, you know, superpowers, when that's not true. So if you look at Assassin's Creed Valhalla, for example, when you go to the memories of Odin in Asgard, essentially where you have those force field kinds of things, when Eivor is experiencing those memories of Odin, from their perspective, it's magic, but it's not actually magic. It's not some magic power that's being used to create a force field. It's actually a scientific piece of technology that creates the force field. If they had shown those memories as they actually looked to Odin himself, then they wouldn't look the way that they do. Game Fanatic, correct, every item uses science, not magic. Exactly. You know, it's not that the Isu had some innate magic power that they use. It's technology that they created. I know some fans want a futuristic Assassin's Creed where it's like using laser weapons and all that kind of stuff. But to want that in terms of like the human race reaching that point where they're using that, They don't need to, because the Isu were using that technology over 70,000 years before. So really, you just need to do a game. If you wanted a game set in the future or a futuristic Assassin's Creed, then what you really would be best to ask for is actually a game set back in the Isu time periods, and drop all the mythological stuff and just show it as it actually was. How they were so technologically and scientifically advanced from what humans even are today, you know. Hey there, Prez. I hope it's going well. But when you use Isu artifacts as weapons in some games and freeze, destroy enemies, etc., it's basically magic. I get what you're saying, but it's not portrayed exactly as science. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is that, like, for example, if you froze an enemy in place, right, there would have to be something that's doing it. So, for example, because the Isu created humans to have the receptor in their brain that responds to their pieces of Eden, essentially they could command through the piece of Eden for that human to stand still and not move, and they'd have to obey. So in like freezing their enemies in that way, it's still, you know, science-based. Obviously there's an organic aspect to that, because the human brain having that inside of it. Well, unto a lesser advanced society, advanced technology would appear to be magical. That's a great quote, Milan, for sure. You know, I think that works really well. And in the game Outlast, there's actually one of the patients that you can hear is actually saying something along those lines as well. Game Fanatic, yeah, like in Assassin's Creed 3, the ring you find after finding all the trinkets, it just creates a magnetic field around the wearer that deflects most projectiles that are metal. Exactly, Game Fanatic. You know, it's not some magical entity that is inside of the ring or surrounding the ring that causes it. It's, as you say, it's the magnetic field, you know. And the thing about the Isu as well is, because there was the big catastrophe that happened, and the numbers of Isu versus humans was much lesser, even though both had suffered great losses. You then saw the fact that certain temples that the Isu had created were either destroyed or they were basically buried because of all the upheaval that was happening on the planet because of what happened. And a big result of that ended up making humans the predominant species on the planet, and therefore they had to essentially start from zero again with technology, you know, going from a very primitive race back up to a technologically advanced race. Yet they're still not as technologically advanced as the Isu were over 70,000 years ago. And it's just one of those details, you know, like it's very easy for people to misunderstand and think that they're aliens or that they're time travelers or something, but it's just a simple fact. Like, imagine our time period now, right? Imagine if we had to go back to all the primitive stuff, and then millennia and millennia passes by, and the people who are currently new in the generation of that time period would have no memory of what we are actually experiencing now. So they wouldn't have remembered the internet and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's a similar kind of thing with the Isu. They had all this technology, and then as time went on, it was all lost and forgotten, and humans had forgotten it, and it became this thing where it was like, you know, we need to go through, and as things got more advanced and more advanced, it was getting back towards what the Isu already had all that time ago as well. So it's very easy to fall into the trap of thinking they're like aliens or time travelers, but they're simply not. They just existed here on the Earth before they created humans to be their slaves. There's no point fighting in this part. Your health just keeps on going down automatically. You can't regenerate it. So this is a scripted thing to happen.
Robert!
Oh, your jackdaw's flown, Edward. Eh? That's the beauty of a democracy. The many outvote the one. Oh, you could sail with me, but with a temper as hot as yours, I fear you'd burn us all to cinders. Luckily, I know the king's bounty on your head is a large one, and I intend to collect. Have you ever seen the inside of a Jamaican prison, boy? Have you?
Alright, so that's Memory 3 of Sequence 10, the Observatory. Optional objectives done, incapacitate all Guardians while unarmed, and incapacitate Guardians from stalking zones 5 of 5. But yeah, that's the other thing too, Milan and Prez as well. Like from the perspective of certain characters, because of their time period they live in, when they see these things, they're kind of seeing it from a very different kind of perception as well. And that's why when Eivor experiences the memories of Odin, they're not actually seeing how things really looked for Odin and his time period. They're only seeing those events and what everything looks like in a way that Eivor's brain can actually put into some kind of like translation of it, if you get my meaning. Game Fanatic, yeah, kind of like in Stargate series where the ancients were considered magical because they evolved to a higher plane of existence and their technology, when the truth is the ancients were the first to evolve to the current human form. Yeah, that's a good analogy actually too, with the Stargate franchise and that kind of stuff. And I kind of like the idea of technology that's forgotten to the point where no one remembers that that technology existed. And so when they find eventually these kind of like, you know, artifacts that had these kind of properties, they're astounded to see what they actually were doing. And the beauty of the Assassin's Creed series was the idea of being able to show, back in an earlier time period, these kind of things that we have a real, like we have a modern day equivalent of. So for example, when you have the observatory, and it's able to actually see through the eyes of everyone who has their blood put into it, and they can actually hear what they're hearing. We know that to be a surveillance device. It's just like, you know, having cameras set up everywhere where we see the goings on and what people are doing and all that kind of stuff, and it's being captured. You know, it's not from the perspective of that person's own two eyes that we see these things, of course. It's obviously through the perspective of, you know, security cameras and all that kind of stuff. But we know how to translate that kind of technology that we see into something that we actually understand IRL. And there's quite a few artifacts in the Assassin's Creed series, and there's a few even in this game that if you do the hacking in the present day, you can find out information about various kinds of things along those lines. And the discs, for example, that Altair puts his memories into, that Ezio experiences in Revelations. I think in the present day of this you can find a document talking about those kinds of things. So you already have these things being used in a past time period that were once operated and owned by the Isu, but over time, because of what happened, that technology was lost and it was rediscovered. And in Assassin's Creed 1, Warren Vidic, when he's talking to Desmond, Desmond asks him something like, you know, how is it that you, the Templars, are able to come up with this technology that no one else is able to, or create this stuff? And Warren Vidic basically says, to be fair, we don't actually create these things, we find them. And if you look at how the Animus operates and how you can actually experience memories of someone, those discs that Ezio uses are essentially an Animus that he uses to experience Altair's memories. But he himself doesn't see them the way that present day sees that technology. He just sees it as some kind of like, you know, really powerful and bizarre object that's able to allow him to experience the memories of someone else. Milan, only the hardier technology survives for long enough for people to experience once the society that made it has been long gone. Well, that's true as well. You know, like you think about how much technology we might have actually found out that who knows what happened, whether it was like an earthquake that happened and destroyed it, or someone did find it but they didn't realize what it was and somehow it got destroyed. You know, it's easy to forget that so much stuff can happen even in a minute. You know, it doesn't take long for things to go right or go wrong. It doesn't take long for someone to find something and then, you know, either keep it for themselves because they don't want other people to know about it, or they destroy it because they don't want anyone to find out about it. You know, who knows what stuff was discovered. And then you think about things that get discovered in time periods when the technology wasn't advanced enough to allow a safer way to actually dig for that kind of stuff. You think about the technology that they can use now where they can, you know, see what's actually hidden, like the tunnels and all that kind of stuff under the ground for miles deep, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And the technology that they'd have to, you know, excavate and extract that as well. Perez, this is really interesting, gives you a new view on the franchise. Yeah, and that's the beauty of it, you know, like you can create analogies for IRL, and even things that are trying to be realistic have a level of fantasy to them, but not fantasy in the sense of magic and all that, but fantasy as in you're coming up with something that doesn't necessarily exist, or you're coming up with something that does exist, but you're giving it abilities that it doesn't actually have in real life. But for your fiction, you're wanting to give it something extra. And if you look at something like Star Wars, on the surface it looks like it's a sci-fi movie or a sci-fi franchise, but it's actually a fantasy franchise. But it's just got the coverings of sci-fi. You know, like ships flying through space and, you know, laser swords and, you know, laser weaponry and all this kind of stuff. But if you really look at it, it's more like a fantasy in the sense of there's a lot of whimsical stuff about it. But there's also philosophical stuff as well, and spiritual stuff and all that kind of thing rolled in. But it doesn't mean to say that it's trying to portray things realistically. It's like with games like Grand Theft Auto. They're trying to be realistic, but not 100% realistic, because if they were realistic, if you were going around and doing all the damage that you did in the cars and killing all those people, the police wouldn't just give up because you went around a corner and hid for a few minutes. They wouldn't completely forget what your vehicle looked like. They wouldn't completely forget all that kind of stuff. You know, but it's a fantasy in that game in the sense that you're playing as a character who can get away with that kind of stuff. You know, unless it's scripted, of course, that they don't as part of the story. But there's an element of fantasy in even something like GTA, which, if you look at it, it's trying to be as realistic as possible. But yeah, I think it's easy to forget that fantasy isn't just something that has like magic or something, but fantasy is also like dreaming something, like your imagination, a fantasy. You know, some people have a fantasy of being able to just, you know, click their fingers and money just appears in front of them. That's a fantasy, you know. So if you were to put that into a video game, if you were having a character just click their fingers and that happened, unless you've actually built up the world to have magic in it, that could be something that you might do as part of a dream sequence, you know, and things like that.
Hello? How are you? If you're anxious, that'll pass. It's the midazolam. I'm sorry about this, but We've had so many security breaches, we were forced to take drastic action. And Olivier is missing. He left for Chicago 2 days ago, but no one's seen him since. I know this seems excessive, but with our high-level security clearance, we have an obligation to our shareholders. Rest assured, we will compensate you when the hacker is found. So get some rest, okay? And if you're up to it, maybe capture some more footage? You're doing amazing work. I can't wait to show you the work we've been doing with your stuff. Take care.
So, they tossed you in the bunker. Nice. Those Templars upstairs aren't taking any chances. I think we need to erase all the dirt they might have on you. Did you hear that? I think I just gave you level 3 security clearance. Now, head to the security room and use the cameras to watch the door to the server farm. Unfortunately, Melanie's in there now, so when I escort her out, that's when you make your move. I'd wipe these servers myself, but as the head of IT, I'd be a suspect. It has to be someone they've already locked up.
I like how Melanie...
Templars. They run our lives, you know. They decide elections, they control various capital markets, and they inject us with little microchips to track our movements and read our thoughts. It's all very scary.
I love how Melanie's like, we've had so many security breaches, and aside from the fact that there's been some security breaches happening because the main character we're playing as in present day has been hacking into systems. Aside from that, there's also the fact that they had 2 well-known, high-profile assassin targets. Literally, one of them, Sean, set up a coffee stand, and all he did was dyed his hair from blonde to black. Still uses his name, and Rebecca still uses her name. She's pretending to be a courier, and they're both talking to each other. They're not really doing too much to disguise themselves. I mean, Rebecca at least has a hat, like a cap, to try and, you know, throw them off a little bit. But still, they're both using their own actual names loudly. And there's no security cameras that are actually picking up the audio. No one is actually going, hang on. Because by now, well and truly, after what happened with Desmond and Lucy, the Templars would have Rebecca and Sean as #1 priority targets to take out. So it's just quite humorous and ironic that it's not just the main character doing the hacking that's actually causing all their security breaches or showing up how bad their security is. It's also 2 high-profile assassins literally under the Templars' noses. Milan, just like medieval castles have survived, medieval houses are long gone. That's true too, you know, like bits of history that, you know, you can't really get back, and like the fantasy aspect of Assassin's Creed in being able to experience memories of people long dead in different time periods, that kind of fantasy is something that, if that was a reality, like how cool would it be? Obviously there are applications for it that would be negative, but just imagine being able to actually see the truth of what happened. But the other thing is too, even if you could, there would still be people refuting it because they would argue that, well, even though that memory that that person experienced is showing us something, maybe that's just how they saw it. If you look at the examples in real life, like that meme or that challenge that was going on where there was like that dress that had colours on it, I can't remember what colours they were supposed to be, but everyone had their own idea of what colour it actually was, and people would argue, no, that's not that, that's not this, you know. So even if the Animus were a real thing, and someone was to say, see, this is how things actually were like, some people were like, I don't believe you, that's CG, or yeah, sure, that's how things were. Maybe that person back then saw it like that, but that's not actually what it actually is, you know. Game Fanatic also, the Jaffa considered the Gould system lords as gods because of their technology. Yeah, well that's the other thing too, you know, like this idea that an advanced race is considered to be a god or a goddess, and through that, when we think about that kind of stuff, obviously magic is something that is easily applied to the idea of a god and a goddess. You know, this idea that a god or a goddess has the ability to use powers to make something happen and all that kind of stuff. It's very interesting when sci-fi uses that. Hey there, hit pigs, welcome on in. The Superman effect, is it? That's interesting. So, oh yeah, of course, with Clark Kent, how people don't realize that Superman and Clark Kent are the same person, even though all he's doing is changing his glasses, whether his glasses are on or off. Game Fanatic, maybe they don't know about Sean Rebecca. I mean, maybe not the low-level employees, like all the people in the area, but you would think that there was some kind of, like, oversight, somehow, where they would actually be able to tell these things as well. And, you know, Melanie is one of the higher-ups in Abstergo Entertainment. Of course, it's not until Rogue that we actually, I think from memory it's in Rogue when we see that she's actually become a Templar officially as well. Because obviously there's levels to it. Not every single person knows that the Templars are actually Abstergo as well, even those working in the company itself. Unless they get to the rank within the company where they get allowed, where they're trusted enough to be told.
Alright, listen, I'm entering the server room now. When you see us leave, get in there.
Well, a classic example of hardier technology surviving longer than the society that made it is Stonehenge. It was made in the Neolithic period, and we marvel and postulate about its function and how they made it. Yeah, that's the other thing too. You know, like structures that were built that are still well known, and even if you don't know it, somewhere along the line you'll probably find a reference to it somehow, somewhere, whether it's like a parody of it, or you know, a movie you're watching, or a podcast you're listening to, or a YouTube video you're watching. You know, hippies like working at shop fronts for the mob. Yeah, that's it. You know, like these employees that are clueless about the actual true motives of the people that they're actually with and that they're working for. And that obviously not every single employee is going to be given the access to that information unless they prove themselves worthy of it.
There's no need for you to be down here by yourself, Miss LeMay. My team will handle the investigation.
But you need an extra set of eyes on this thing, John. We don't even know when the hackers broke in. It could take weeks to go through this data.
One, at most.
Still too long. I can't keep my team locked up for a week.
Legally you can. It's what they signed up for, even if they didn't read their contracts.
Yes, of course. I just hate the idea. So what's the next step?
My team is processing the data now. We'll start sifting through it tonight. Scout's honor. Coffee's on me, okay?
I ditched her at the coffee stand. Find a server containing the network logs. Since I have a record of each and every one of your hacks, we'll just search for the timestamps on those and turn that data into something harmless. Easy as that. Here we are. I'll update your communicator one more time. A little program I cooked up just for this purpose. There we go. I think that worked. Try it out.
The dawn of the deadly 18th century. Rogues and sailors band together to live their lives by the sword. With no laws or morals, no gods, and no fear. Only betrayal, mutiny, cruelty, and debauchery. There is plunder to be found on golden beaches. Will you risk life and soul to fight the pirates of nightmares? Benjamin Hornigold, Calico Jack, Charles Vane, and Blackbeard?
That's the primer version of what Abstergo Entertainment wants to do. Which is create an entertainment product, a actual kind of like movie, based on the memories of Edward Kenway that are being recorded, obviously edited the way that the Templars want them to be, for public consumption. But that's one of the teaser trailers that they've compiled for that. Well, and if you showed a landed helicopter to a pilot in World War I, it would take him a while to figure out it was a flying machine because it doesn't have any of the features that aircraft of the period have. No wings, no propeller up front, and it's heavier than the planes at the time. That's true, and unless there's, key basic similarities from one thing to the next, which there's a movie called Warlock, and in that, someone from the, I can't remember what actual year the opening of the movie takes place in, but it's probably somewhere around the Salem witch trials, somewhere around that time period. Whatever century that is in, and the witch hunter gets pulled into a tornado that is being made by the Warlock, which actually acts as a time portal, and they both get teleported to the then present day that the movie came out in, which was the 1980s. Anyway, the main character meets a woman, and the woman is playing the radio, and he's amazed at hearing this. But she says something along the lines of, there aren't any little people inside it. And the guy is like, I gathered that, So even someone from a different time period still might have some kind of grasp upon what they're actually being shown, if they were to be shown something from a different time period, obviously, from the future as well. Game Fanatic even sees his own corpse as well. Could you imagine how trippy that would be? Especially if, you're not expecting it to. Like, you're just like, oh yeah, let's see what happens in the future. And you're like, oh, okay, so this happens. Like, the death happens in like 5 years from now or something.
feel you, Cypher. Feel. But hardly touch. Signal is still too weak, and I am spread thin. Unfocused. Like static and fog. Lingering in networks and nodes. The nervous system of the world.
Can you hear?
Perhaps the temple was opened too soon. But this was not by choice. The cataclysm pushed all doubt aside. We bless poor Desmond, who gave his life so that you, the children of our labors, would live on, to fulfill your purpose in ours, in mine. But now is not the time. My strength is not sufficient to inhabit an organic vessel. There is more work to do, more samples to acquire, more artifacts to find before my will can attain.
What's happening? Tell me!
Make me whole again, my children, my instruments. Bring me forth to fulfill your purpose.
Tell me! No, no, no! Something's wrong! God damn it! She should be here! Now! Living in that goddamned head of yours! Fuck, 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 fuck! Why did she spare you? Why are you still here?
Alright, just to clarify what's going on there. So, in Assassin's Creed 3, when Desmond activated the device which killed him, it created a shield around the planet to protect it from the cataclysm that was going to happen again. But at the same time, it unleashed Juno. But Juno is still stuck in what you would call the Grey. So she can't actually inhabit a physical body yet. So she's still stuck in a limbo of a kind. Now the present day guy, John Standish, who got angry just now, he's also a sage. So he has the consciousness of Juno's husband Aita inside of him as well. Same with Bartholomew Roberts back in Edward's time period and countless other people throughout history. Because the way that the process worked is that his consciousness gets reborn constantly as the years go by. And John Standish in 2013, which is when this game's present day is set, was the then current sage. And he was hoping that this would be the moment when Juno's consciousness would actually be able to be transferred out of the Grey into a human body again. But things aren't actually ready for that to happen yet. And she's talking about the children of my labors. So because she's an Isu, she's part of the race that actually created humans. And they created us to be a slave race to them. And the instruments that she's referring to is a group in present day who want to bring back the Isu, and they want to be slaves again to the Isu. So they're trying to get Juno resurrected into a physical body as well. And they're kind of like an organization that is even in opposition to the Templars and the Assassins, both of them. So they're kind of like a third antagonistic group in the whole overall war between the Assassins and Templars as well. And that's why he's so pissed off. Because he remembers the memories of Aita, because it is Aita's consciousness that gets reborn, he's very frustrated because he is Aita, and he's getting angry that his wife cannot be resurrected into a body yet. Hello there, Drake. You're here to bother him eternally with Rod. How you been? How'd you like the Resident Evil 4 remake? And can you have my PS5? Drake, there will never be a time ever where you will be having my PS5. So you will have to live with the fact that you have to get one of your own. I'm sorry, dude. But I've been doing really, really good. Things have been going well, thanks, Drake. And I liked it. I enjoyed the remake. There were some frustrating parts to it, though. But I was happy with it, overall. Milan, if time travel was possible, there would already be a time machine in today's society, regardless of how far in the future they are made. Because through time traveling, time machines would exist in every period the traveller went to, because accidents happen and some time travellers would die before returning to their time. Well, that's actually a good sort of like theory to go with, because like if it is possible to travel back in time, then the people who are able to do it wouldn't just be you or me or the general public. They'd be someone that either is the only one that knows about the technology and actually is using it themselves, or there's an organization who dictates who's allowed to use it and all that kind of stuff. And time travel is just so interesting because we all have something in our life that we wish we could actually know about the future ahead of time. You know, for some people it's the lottery numbers, so they know what numbers to bet on to win. You know, for some people they want to know what happened in the past by traveling back into it and experiencing it. You know, all that kind of stuff. Game Fanatic, he also makes an appearance in Unity. That's right, he does. Yeah, and in Syndicate as well. If you do the World War I sequence in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, there's also a sage in that you meet. Drake, little did Rod know that you're the main antagonist of Assassin's Creed when Rod is playing it. It was worth it. You never know until you ask, again and again. As an aside, this was the first game in the series to have a present day actually set in the year that the game came out. So in Assassin's Creed 1, which was 2007, 2, which was 2009, Brotherhood, which was 2010, Revelations 2011, and Assassin's Creed 3 2012. All those games, the present day was actually set in 2012. And when this game came out, they set it in 2013, the same year it came out in. And they've pretty much stuck to that ever since. Alrighty then, just to recap what happened in the previous sequence. Sequence 10, Dead Reckoning, in which the mysterious Bartholomew Roberts requested of Edward Kenway a favour, in exchange for a glimpse of the observatory, to which our hero agreed, at which time this pair of captains did raid and loot a chest of blood-filled crystal vials from a Portuguese Templar ship, much to Roberts' satisfaction. Whereupon Roberts was pleased and agreed to show our hero the prize he had so long sought, yet only after Edward agreed to dispatch the pirate hunter Ben Hornigold, then tailing them, and past doing the sad deed, Edward did get his glimpse at the observatory. A strange device capable of seeing through another man's eyes, after which Bartholomew Roberts betrayed and imprisoned Edward Kenway, and threatening to deliver our hero unto British hands for safekeeping, as Adewale and the rest of the Jackdaw's crew sailed off in solidarity and safety. And the most recent thing was the observatory. Edward and Bartholomew Roberts fight their way through treacherous jungles to reach the entrance of the observatory. And so now we're in the second last sequence of the main story, sequence 11.
The charges, sir, I'll hear them again.
My lord, His Majesty's court contends that the defendants, Mary Read and Anne Bonny, did piratically, feloniously, and in an hostile manner attack, engage, and take 7 certain fishing boats. Secondly, this court contends that the defendants lurked upon the high seas and did set upon, shoot at, and take 2 certain merchant sloops, thus putting the captains and their crews in corporeal fear of their lives.
Edward James Kenway, born of motley parentage in Swansea, to an English father and Welsh mother. Married at 18 to Miss Caroline Scott, now estranged.
She's a beautiful woman, I am told, but not at all well these days.
If you touch her, you bastards, I'll...
Quite a surprise finding you here rotting in a Jamaican prison. We heard rumors that you had taken up with the pirate Roberts.
If you know the observatory's location, tell us now, and you'll be out of here in a flash.
Rogers can hold these British hounds at bay, for a time. But this will be your fate if you fail to cooperate.
You, Mary Read and Anne Bonny,
are to go from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be severally hanged by the neck, till you are severally dead, dead, dead!
Oh, Ross!
May God in his infinite mercy be merciful to each of your souls!
We're pregnant! Do you all hear that?
What the devil did she say? They plead their bellies, my lord.
Aye, you can't hang a woman quick with child, can ye?
Quiet! Quiet! If what you claim is true, then your executions will be stayed, but only until your terms are up.
Then I'll be up the duff the next time you come knocking.
Remove them!
Milan, the best proof that the Earth isn't flat is there's stuff on the Earth. If it was flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge. That one's a good one. I really like that one. There's definitely a strong truth in that. Alright, I can't yet read about Sequence 11 Memory 1. Not to worry.
What's your name? Billock? Kenmore? Conway?
It's Walpole, ain't it?
Walpole? Where'd you get that?
Well, that's the rumour going round. As dirty and daft a pirate as ever sailed these West Indies.
Well, whatever his name, you gotta make sure he suffers without dying. Orders from the governor. And back to the prisons at sundown.
And massage his feet.
Oi! Stop that!
Oi! This is a warning.
Oi! Oi!
Water.
Stop that!
Oi! Stop your
Water.
twaddle.
Hey! Oi!
Good morning, Captain Kenway. I have a gift for you. Do not mistake my purpose here. I have come for Anne and Mary, and you owe me nothing for this. But if you would lend me your aid, I can promise you safe passage from this place.
I'll need weapons.
You are comfortable with this, I am told. We must hurry.
So much so, Artabai, that he was actually born to be an assassin. Sabotage alarm bells and visit old friends are the optional objectives. There's also some dialogue that tells you what happened to Stede Bonnet, and it is missable if you either don't go to the enemies that are talking about him, or you do, but you're detected and create a combat situation, in which case they won't talk about Stede Bonnet. So here we go, Memory 1 of Sequence 11, To Suffer Without Dying. After escaping from almost a year of imprisonment, Edward breaks back into a British military prison with the assassin Artabai to free Anne and Mary. Game Fanatic, jail is not a good place to be pregnant, especially back in these days. That's true, you know, and when we actually get to Anne, it's quite, you know, rough what they're doing to her and how they're treating her and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, when you find out what happened to the baby and how she, you know, she lost it and all that, like, it's just such a terrible thing to have happen. Okay, so because I'm doing the limits challenge, for those who weren't aware, that's the challenge rules. So unless an optional objective tells me I can, they're the things that I'm not allowed to actually take advantage of. So for this mission, for example, the optional objective doesn't give me an allowance to use smoke bombs or anything like that. So I can't use smoke bombs, I can't use the pistol, can't use sleep darts or berserk darts. I have to kill with the hidden blade.
hell with it. Come back here, you coward! You there! Stop!
Stop! Stop now! Intruder! I need some help here! Stop the bastard! Help me!
Damn it. Jinxed myself. I went near where the dialogue happens about Stede Bonnet.
He's doing a legger! The bastard's running!
No, Edward, I did not want you to do that. I was too close to the wall.
Maybe he has friends looking out for him.
Or money, like Stede Bonnet from Barbados.
No, they hanged him too.
Did they?
Aye. Blubbering and bawling. He collapsed at the gallows. Weeping like a little lamb.
Serves the bastard right.
And there we go, that's the dialogue that confirms that Stede Bonnet is dead. Unfortunately, the last time we saw Stede Bonnet was the last time that Edward would see him alive. It's quite a bit of a downer, because I really like Stede Bonnet as a character. And he's actually based on a real pirate as well, which I didn't actually realize until later, because I thought that he was a fictional pirate made up just for this game to showcase a reversal, well, not a reversal, but to showcase a version of a pirate that, you know, doesn't exactly follow the standard things that we think of when we think about someone who's a pirate. I thought he was a character that was created just for this game to kind of like have as like a comparison, but ended up being someone in real life. I think he was referred to as the gentleman pirate because he was very fair with the ships that he was raiding. So I imagine he was probably a pirate that would want to make sure that after he raided a ship, the people who were on the ship were, you know, treated fairly. I don't really know too much about the real life figure. But yeah, if you don't go near these enemies, or if you are in combat and they're fighting you, you won't hear that dialogue about Stede Bonnet. And here's one of the other characters that has died. This is one of the optional objective people that you have to go to.
You weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once. And that's enough to make me sorry for seeing you like this. I hope you found a lasting peace, down there among the dead.
Hey, come back! Are you furious? You there!
fucking coward!
Milan Stede Bonnet wouldn't leave ships he'd raided without food and water enough to reach the nearest port, and wouldn't leave his mark stranded without a means to reach home. Thanks for clarifying that, because I didn't realise that were the kinds of things that he did.
Alarm! Help me, damn it!
Can't use human shields.
I think I can hit it! I think I can hit him! You think you're gonna save us? I got a shot! You won't lose us, they're already dead!
Stop, you! He's good for the dogs!
Alarm! Rouse yourselves, you dollars! Attack from behind!
Yeah, lucky I caught it before it happened. Didn't mean to do that. If he got that shot off and killed that enemy because I was using the human shield, I would have had to restart the memory.
Are you deaf? Stand where you are! Intruder! I need some help here! Here he is! Go! Hello! Help me, damn it!
Maybe he has friends.
Interloper! Raise the alarm! Get him! I've a clear alarm! Rouse yourselves, you dollars! Alert! Alert! I've a clear shot!
Just have to pull the trigger.
I can get him from here! I got you in my sight!
He's dead in his sight.
Get him! Quicken the pace! Grenade loose! Turn in! Finish him!
You're not losing it. Faster.
I've got a clear shot, man.
You weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once.
Intruder! Help! He's trying to lose us! I can get him from here! We'll get him, lads! I've got a good line on him!
Alright, that's all the alarm bells taken care of for the optional objective. And the other optional objective, one more old friend to visit, is Charles Vane, who's still alive after what happened when he was shipwrecked on the island with Edward.
Intruder! I need some help here! I've got a clear shot!
Alright, time for a hallway fight sequence. I hate these enemy types because you would think 2 hidden blades straight through would deal with them, but the game's like, nope. Oh, fuck off.
Obey me, you deaf bastard!
No.
Alert! Hey, get him! Q-time! You can't escape that!
Interloper! Raise yourselves, you dullards!
Maybe he has friends looking out for him.
Alarm! Help me, damn it! Get away! You're in my sight, sweetheart! Intruder! I need some help here! Cut off any retreat!
You weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor, neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once.
Finish him!
Can't run forever! Just keep out!
Some of their men! Attack together! All together! Attack! Ah! Stop! Stop now!
This won't last long.
You're done for, you bastard!
Put a line on it. Cut off any restraint.
Bastards in the sights! Clear shot! Clear shot! Hi, where do you think you were going?
Hold a moment.
Hold there! Back here! He's legging it!
wind you'd been discovered and brought here. Didn't hear what happened after.
Don't me!
Best of luck to you, mate. I wish we'd parted as friends.
And there we go, there the optional objectives all covered now. Now this sequence, this always hits me hard. Like, it's one of the most saddest kind of like parts of this game's story.
Stop, I tell you! Get back here! He's off! Ah!
Fuck off, you! Ahoy! My friend just had a child! And she's poorly now! Help! Somebody!
Shut your bleeding trap, or I'll fill it me own. Scally.
Mary? Mary, it's me, Edward.
Edward? Who's this fella?
It's all right, Anne. He's a friend. What's wrong with Mary?
She's ill.
And her child?
They took her. No idea where. Oh! Oh! Oh!
I know it pains, my lady, but we must be silent. Can you walk? Lean on me, Mary. Come on.
I can't.
Search every cell!
Come on, that's it. You're all right.
Stop. Stop, please.
I ain't leaving you, damn it. Lift your arm.
It's no good.
There's no one here!
I ain't leaving you nowhere. No bloody way.
Put me down, Edward. Don't die on my account. Go.
This is such a pain in the ass. Damn it. You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
If you came with me, I could. Mary.
I'll be with you, can we? I will.
All right, search every nook and cranny.
What's happened to Mary? What's wrong?
Is she gone?
Oh no. Oh God! Oh!
What will you do now?
Nothing sensible.
You haven't earned this, but they suit you. Good fortune to you, Edward Kenway.
Edward taking his first step to becoming an assassin. This is where his character arc takes a turn and puts him on the path of actually becoming an assassin. That's one of the reasons why I would argue that this game has a lot of about the Assassins and the Creed in it. It's not just a pirate game. It's also an Assassin's Creed game as well. Crooked, this mission, yeah. To suffer without dying, what a name for it too. It's not just that dialogue that that guard says, but it's also true about, you know, Edward as well, and the suffering that he's experiencing about losing the ones that were very important to him. And Blackbeard was one of the first people that we saw die that really meant a lot to Edward, that affected him. And now losing Mary is another important person who he's lost, that really believed in him, you know, and could see within him the things and qualities that he does possess, which elevate him beyond, you know, being a pirate and just wanting money. But of course, he still has those dreams and desires of getting riches, and all that kind of stuff. But Mary can see the true strength within Edward that maybe Edward sees but chooses to ignore or doesn't really realize he has. And that's one of the reasons why Mary is such an important character as well, is she's been the one that has really been teaching Edward about the Creed, even though he didn't say he wanted to become an assassin. It's not like she's forcing it on him or anything like that, but she had been teaching him lessons at the start and all that kind of stuff. And she is one of the reasons why he does actually become an assassin. Godfather, how come so professionalism at the video games, young sir? Well, as I always like to say, any professionalism that comes across is simply 99% luck and 1% skill. How's it going, Godfather? Hey there, hippie. Welcome on in. How did the physics downgrade to this? What do you mean, hippie? Crooked, rest in peace, Mary. You'll be missed but never forgotten. Such a great character, and her impact in this game is, you know, very strong as well. And it would have been cool to actually have a game where we played as her, as an assassin. I think that would have been cool as well after this game to have that. Godfather, was she the femme pirate with the headband? That's right, yeah. So to those people that she trusted her secret to, she would reveal to them that she was actually a woman and that her name was Mary. But to other people, she pretended to be the man James Kidd. Milan, so time to find your ship again? That's true, yep. Yeah, the Jackdaw gets salvaged, like it gets rescued, and that, so it's still very much intact at this point. So that's the optional objectives done for that as well. Sabotage alarm bells 3 of 3 and visit old friends 2 of 2. And the current fail count for the rules, or for the challenge, is 0. Now this is one of my other most favorite sequences in the game. This whole drunken dream sequence that Edward has that we're going to experience now is just, well, soon, is just so surreal. It's one of the great surreal moments of the series. Another good example of one is in Unity, when Arno gets initiated as an assassin.
More?
Bring a bottle.
I see some colour first.
Will this do? In all your years out here, you could never achieve what I've done in 1/5 the time. Because you're a good man, Edward, see? Goodness is your disease.
That's my prize, Roberts. Now give it here!
Remember my creed, boy. A short life and a merry one, that is all. The world owes us nothing more than this. So take what you will, and then die before you live to see yourself made a fool.
Give it here.
That's right, boy, take it.
I'll sweeten you, maggot. I'll cut you down!
Calm, little puppy, and slink back to your kennel. You haven't the mettle for my brand of madness.
Roberts! Welcome aboard, Kenway. It's prizes, plunder, and adventure ahead. Are you game? Out of my way, Ben.
Raise a glass to freedom, lads. Here's to gentlemen of fortune and women of leisure.
To a world full of rogues, better than all the kings and queens that kick us about.
As gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. What man with a sensible mind would choose the former life? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man!
Once wrote of an eagle soaring high above a shepherd's field that swooped down on powerful wings to seize a grazing lamb and carry it off to her nest. Flying close by, a jackdaw saw the deed, and it filled his head with the idea that he too was just as strong and capable. So, with a great flapping and rustling of feathers, the jackdaw came down swiftly and clutched at the coat of a large ram. But when he tried to fly away, he found he could not lift the animal, for his size and strength were not up to the task. And even as the jackdaw struggled, the ram hardly noticed he was there. Nearby, just across the field, the shepherd saw the fluttering bird and was quite amused. Running up, he captured the jackdaw and clipped its wings. That evening, he gave the jackdaw to his children as a gift. "What an odd little bird this is, Father," they laughed and shouted. "What do you call him?" "This is a jackdaw," the father said. "But if you should ask him, he would claim to be an eagle."
No need to get your drunken asses in trouble. Settle down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there? What, there's a lot of things waiting at us, and the mental wherewithal to organize my husband's not from the sun of the one would think the broken arm was enough for them, but still they... Perhaps to be forced to venture inland. Settle down! There's no need for being ornery here, now is there?
My heavens, you think I did?
You expect any typical bloody mess. Not one whit of sense to be found between them.
Can be no proving what never happened.
Bloody bastard! It was mine!
God forbid any form of sense should creep into either of your heads.
Ah, yes, they said you was a talker.
Typical bloody men. Not one whit of sense to be found between them. I think you had simple mind behind this navigation. Next, I've a mind to be sending you both on your merry way.
No more than 2 years! You promised me! You left! When I needed you the most! But you had me! What keeps you wondering? Do I not make you happy? I'm so close, Caroline! Please! Just let me do this!
It's everything you do out of spite, Edward!
It's not spite that's driving me, Mary! It's courage!
Courage for what, man? There's no one left in your life to care.
God damn you all! I can handle this!
Lout! Always tearing down when you could be building things up, or building yourself up if nothing else.
Just leave me be!
Change course, Edward! Change your bloody course before it's too late!
Captain Kenway! You look like a bowl of plum duff.
Christ! I've got a head for 10.
On your feet.
You put me on the spot, Addy. After leaving me with Robert, I shall have hard feelings about seeing you here. But mostly I'm bloody glad.
Me too, brother. And you'll be chuffed to know your jackdaw is still in one piece.
Shall we set sail? You're leaving?
Aye, Edward. For I have another calling elsewhere.
Ade, listen.
When your heart and your head are ready, visit the assassins. I think you'll understand then.
There's so much stuff to unpack from that whole sequence. Now you gotta remember too, it's not just the fact that Edward was drunk and dreaming all that. The fact that he actually has Isu DNA inside of him and can do things like eagle vision. It's like an extra added effect on top of what we just saw him experience. So it's also this kind of phenomena that's actually happening while he's drunk and going through that dream sequence that we just saw him have. Milan, you're lying back on your bed with knees up because Gaia Cat likes sitting on your raised knees and looking out of the porthole. You're too much of a softie for your own good. Well, it sounds like Gaia is definitely comfortable and enjoying the view out of the porthole. Hey there, Anasune. How's things going for you? In that last part of the sequence, where we have Edward on the ship and we have his wife Caroline talking to him, and then it switches to Mary and she says, you know, change your bloody course, Edward, before it's too late. And Edward is like, you know, I've got this, even though he's symbolically sailing on an ocean that's, you know, full of rage and, you know, water spouts and tornadoes are happening, and he's still saying, you know, he's in control of this, which is great sort of like symbolism for a life that's going out of control, yet the person living the life still believes they're in control of it, going down that spiral. And there's also that part where when Woodes Rogers is telling the story about the Jackdaw, how the Jackdaw saw an eagle doing something, and then it thought it could do it too, and no matter how hard it tried, the lamb or the sheep or something, the ram, that's right, the ram didn't even feel the Jackdaw pulling at its coat, but the Jackdaw still thought it was capable of actually lifting up that very large animal. And that's why the father in the story says to his children that if you were to ask the Jackdaw, it would claim to be an eagle. And so that's something that goes on top of the fact that Edward named his ship the Jackdaw, and it's something from his own consciousness too, because he named the Jackdaw after a sly bird that he knew as a child, which was the jackdaw bird. You know, so that's another reason why they use that as an analogy too, which is very fitting given that Edward is believing himself to be at a level that he's not actually at, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And I was saying before how it's kind of like his first step to actually becoming an assassin, and this is where the story takes a different direction. So that whole thing where Mary in his dream was saying, you know, change your course before it's too late. Well, we see that Edward is actually changing his course now, and his course is going to lead him to the assassins, which he doesn't become an assassin officially in the actual game, but in the epilogue when we see him in London with his daughter Jennifer when she's older, and his son Haytham when he's 10 years old, or about 9-10 years old, at the opera. By that point he's well and truly an assassin. And it would have been cool to have a game with Edward in London in his own time period as an assassin. I think that would have been a really cool game, especially if you played it back to back with this, because you'd see Edward in this part of his life before he became an assassin, and then all the stuff he went through, and then you'd actually see him as a fully fledged assassin in a whole different setting, a city setting and all that kind of stuff. So that's another missed opportunity for the series that we'll never actually see. Milan, control of one's life is subjective. Yeah, well that's true as well. You know, it's like when people on the outside see that someone is destroying their own life, but no matter how much they try and, you know, help them through it, that person may think that they're in control and that nothing's wrong. And it's unfortunate, but sometimes you just can't save anyone. You can't save people. They're the ones that have to ultimately save themselves.
I can keep the heat up. How might I address your needs, sir?
Again, Fnatic, too bad his son became a Templar. Yeah, and that's a whole other thing too, like being brainwashed from a young age to be a Templar, and being told that his sister was actually missing when Reginald Birch, who actually wanted to actually, you know, marry or be with Jennifer, because she refused his advances, he basically sent her off to become a slave. I can't remember where he sent her to, but she gets sent off to be a slave, but Haytham is told that she went missing. And so for all those years, Haytham thought that his sister was missing and that she hadn't been, you know, held by the Templars, but she was. And when he found out, they both actually worked together and killed Reginald Birch, which was good, because Reginald Birch was the one that actually ordered the kill on Edward Kenway. So it was only poetic that he would get killed by both the Kenway children because of that. But unfortunately, Haytham still sided with the Templars even after that experience as well. But yeah, it's quite tragic what happened to the Kenway family. Would have been cool if they were able to live a happy ever after, but the Templars saw that that wouldn't be a thing, or saw to it that the Kenways wouldn't have that opportunity. But obviously it's in revenge for what had happened as well. That's why they wanted to kill Edward, because he was a prominent assassin
well
target.
done, to my mind. Good day.
Anasune, you're doing good. You just saw a trailer for the weirdest movie. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going good, Anasune. That's awesome, dude. And so what was the movie?
At least he keeps the packets in plump with him.
Go! Later, perhaps, no?
Alright, so that's that. Checked for ammo and stuff for the ship and for Edward. And so it basically was a romance movie with a fucking chair. Was it a rocking chair? If so, that would have rocked their boat. Okay, so the memory that we experienced where Edward was drunk was delirium. Edward drinks himself into a stupor, dreaming of acquiring his prize. And now the current memory is Sequence 11, Memory 3. Everything is permitted. Edward returns to the assassins to make amends for the damage he did years ago, and finds a ripe opportunity to help. Hit pigs, chairs deserve love too. But you got to be careful though, because the chair might feel smothered and needs its space.
Say, was you ever in Rio Grande? Away to Rio. It's there that the river brings down golden sand, and we're down for the Rio Grande. And away, boys, away.
Board-sighted captain. Brace yourselves! We need to hit those towers! A cannon won't reach from here!
Honestly, they didn't start off bad, but halfway through it was like, hold up a minute, what's this going on? Bit of a twist. Milan, if you've ever known somebody with a drug problem, it's so difficult to get them to see they have no control over their life. They have to realize they've lost control themselves before they can truly recover. Yeah, you know, I mean, I haven't had experience on either side of that, but as much as you, I imagine, want to help the person, there's only so much you can really do in order to try, and the final straw sometimes has to be something that is what actually gets them out of it.
I met the finest ram, sir, that ever was fed up all day. That's a lie, that's a lie.
Yeah, Biggs, you're playing through Rogue at the moment. It's so similar to Black Flag. Yeah. Yeah, when they started making the game, they needed to use Black Flag's engine because they wanted to get the game out the same year they started working on it, so they had to take some shortcuts and all that kind of stuff and change the UI a little bit so it's different, you know, colors and color palette and different music when you go into menus and all that kind of stuff as well. And they didn't just actually make the game, you know, well, I don't know when they started development of it, but it was in the same year that it came out. Same with the writing as well. They didn't start writing the story until the very year it was going to come out in. And Assassin's Creed Unity already had its story locked in place for at least a year before they started writing Rogue. And they decided that Shay was going to be the one who killed Arno's father. Whereas the team who wrote Unity on purpose didn't give an actual identity to who did it. But the writers were like, hey, let's put our main character that didn't exist until we wrote them into the story of a game that's already well and truly in development with a story that's already locked in, so that we have to kind of force them to accept that this is the character who killed Arno's father. And that's why in Unity there's no mission to find out who Arno's father's killer was by Arno or anything like that. Hey there, Barnes. I hope it's going well. Yar, me hearties. Ahoy thar. Welcome on in, Barnes.
Jesus, Ade, what the hell happened here?
You happened here, Edward. The damage you caused 6 years ago has not been undone.
I'm not an easy man to call a friend, am I? Is that why you're here?
To fight beside a man so driven by personal gain and glory is a hard thing, Edward. And I have come to feel the assassins and their creed a more honorable course. Have I been unfair?
No. For years I've been rushing around taking whatever I fancied, not giving a tinker's curse for those I hurt. And yet here I am, with riches and a reputation, feeling no wiser than when I left home. Yet when I turn around, look at the course I've run. There's not a man or woman that I love left standing beside me.
There is time to make amends, Captain Kenway.
Mary. Before she died, she asked me to do good by her, to sort out the mess I made. Can you help me?
Another famous.
Mary was fond of you, Edward. She saw something in your bearing that gave her hope you might one day fight with us.
Aye. She told me.
And what do you think of our creed?
It's hard to say. For if nothing is true, then why believe anything? And if everything is permitted, why not chase every desire?
Why, indeed.
It might be that this idea is only the beginning of wisdom, not its final form.
That's quite a step up from the Edward I met here many years ago. So what do you think?
It'll take some getting used to.
The second attack this month, I should have moved this village long ago.
I brought all this upon you years ago, but I will stand by you now.
It will take more than a few favors to call yourself a true assassin, Edward.
One thing at a time, mate.
Under attack once more. Come.
Okay, so optional objectives. I'm only allowed to use the rope dart for the optional objectives. So I can only use the rope dart to hang 2 guards, and I can only use the rope dart to pull 3 guards into a kill. But once I've actually done that, I can't use the rope dart anymore. Milan, you knew a guy years back with a problem with drugs. It took him getting arrested to realize he had no control of his life. The irony being that control over his life had to be taken away from him to realize he didn't have control, wasn't lost on him. He became a drugs counselor for addicts when he was released. That is very ironic, you know, for that to be what actually made them realize they didn't have, you know, that control. And that's great too that they've turned their life around also and providing help for others. And that's definitely a great result. Obviously the years, if it was years worth of using and all that kind of stuff, and potentially all the people that he had lost and all that kind of stuff, is obviously still tragic. It's good to have that silver lining at the end and to be able to help others afterwards as well.
What cheer, friend?
To the beach! Stay close, Edward. Follow my lead.
It's interesting that didn't work for the rope dart to pull guards.
¡Venceremos a esos gusanos! ¡Es mío! ¡Puedo darle! ¡Objetivo a la vista!
Can't use human shield.
¿Qué haces en los arbustos? ¡Sal! So many dead, so many injured. Good to see you here, brother. Swift and clean, Edward. Possible killed are all they deserve.
There we go, so optional objective is now all done, so I can't use the rope dart anymore. Milani tells people when went to prison, he had just swapped a prison without bars for one with bars everywhere. Yeah, I mean, that's a great way to put being in that lifestyle as well.
¡Está a tiro!
¡Lo tengo a tiro! ¡Es mío! ¡No escapará! ¡Todos juntos! ¡Atacad! ¡En el punto de mira! ¡Todos a una!
Alright, so that's memory 3 of sequence 11. Everything is permitted. Optional objectives done. Use the rope dart to hang guards 2 of 2 and use the rope darts to pull guards 3 of 3. Done.
Janumuk awol yetel abishan. And once more you have our thanks, Edward. You are welcome here.
Thank you, sir. I'll rest here for a time before setting out, if I may. How's our child?
She is a strong woman, but not invincible.
Edward.
I'm sorry for your loss.
If I'd stayed in prison, they'd have taken him from me. He'd now be alive. Maybe this is God's way of saying I'm not fit to be a mother yet. Carrying on like I do. Cursing and drinking and fighting.
You are a fighter, aye. In prison, I heard stories of the infamous Anne Bonny and Mary Read taking on the King's Navy together. Just the pair of you.
It's all true. Anne would have won that day if Jack and his lads weren't passed out in the hold from drink. Edward. Everyone's gone, aren't they? Mary, Rackham, Touch, all the rest. I miss them so. Rough as they were. Do you feel that too? All empty inside, like?
I do. Devil curse me. I do. I know my targets by sight well enough, but how will I find them?
We have spies and informants in every city. Visit our bureaus and the assassins there will guide you.
That fixes Torres and Rogers. But Bartholomew Roberts won't be near any city. Might take months to find him.
Or years. But you're a man of talent and quality, Captain Kenway. I believe you will find him.
And if you're at a loss, do not be afraid to call on your quartermaster for aid.
Quartermaster! What's our present course?
Due west, Captain, if it's still Kingston we're sailing for.
It is indeed, Miss Bonny. Call it out.
Weigh anchor and let fall the courses, lads. We're sailing for Jamaica.
How does it feel to bark so loud?
I've barked louder, and to men twice as rough.
Tending bar at the old Aviary, you mean?
Among other places. And I sailed with Mary and Rackham for a time, remember?
Of course.
Mary did most of the captaining, Jack did most of the drinking.
Did Mary... Did she ever tell you who it was that fathered her child?
It was a young fella. Sailed with us on that last voyage. Poor lad was killed fighting beside us. The only man not too drunk to stand up for himself.
There was so much about her I didn't know. I called her a friend. But was I one in return?
She thought the world of you, Edward. I've no worries about that.
Well, that's good to hear.
Patrol these waters closely, Edward.
Oh, hey there, June. You personally have never been in that lifestyle, but the way he described it once he was clean didn't sell the drugs lifestyle at all to you. You prefer a happy, clean lifestyle. The man you knew was your neighbor when you were a teenager. He was always dirty and never seemed to be able to afford food. He's a totally different person these days. Your mom used to give him food and sometimes helped him tidy up his house. Well, that's the thing too, as well. You know, like that kind of lifestyle. You know, others who do like it, that's their thing. But personally for me, I've always been like, nah, I don't need that. And that's great that they're actually, you know, a lot better now as well. Hello there, Lucinda. Thank you so much for the 20 months in a row. Holy shit. Thank you very much for that. Welcome to you. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. I hope it's going good. So we finished sequence 11. And to recap, sequence 11, To the Lees, in which Edward Kenway languished for many months in a Port Royal prison before bearing witness to the trial of his old friends Mary Read and Anne Bonny, who pled their bellies to stay their executions, during which time Edward was visited by Torres and Rogers, who promised safety in exchange for the observatory's location, which Edward refused, despite vague threats against his wife. After which Edward languished 4 months additional in prison, and in a gibbet, tortured and deprived until the assassin mentor Artabai came to his aid, whereupon they entered the prisons to rescue Anne and Mary, resulting in Anne's escape and Mary's untimely death. Whereupon Edward departed in solitude to drink away his sadness, and got right pissed, after which he was awakened by his former mate Adewale, who returned his ship, then departed again for the assassins, after which Edward followed and spoke humble with Artabai, and asked for the opportunity to make right what he had broken years earlier. So we're now in the final sequence of the main story, sequence 12, Memory 1, A Governor No Longer. Edward pursues his first of 3 primary targets, Governor Woodes Rogers.
Captain has the helm!
Get the mainsails into the wind! Close up! Ease her stick! The yards up!
I would help you lose the hounds, Captain.
So in this memory we get a cameo by Roger Craig Smith. There's also another cameo he does as an Abstergo entertainment narrator in one of the unlockables that you find. But he's also an Italian diplomat.
Captain Kenway.
You have something for me?
The present whereabouts of the Templar Woods Rogers. He is attending a small political function, so do it clean.
The word is King George is calling Rogers back to London.
Aye, not happy with his progress in Nassau.
Still too many pirates roaming about, from what I hear.
You'll need a disguise to fool the powderheads at this party. I suggest the visiting diplomat, Ruggiero Ferraro. He's been on our list for some time.
Understood. Will you send this to England for me?
Aye. The ship leaves tomorrow.
Caroline Scott Kenway, Hawkins Lane, Bristol.
Alright, just had to make sure a link that I'm going to post in chat will actually work. Milan, life's hard enough at times without adding more problems. You like a drink from time to time, but not enough to make it a habit. Milan has a healthy approach to life too. You think that's what you like about him. He knows how to enjoy the small things in life and calls any problems that gives him along the way puzzles to be solved. Such a nice outlook. That life gives him along the way. You meant to type. Oh, that's no worries at all, June. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, we all have the things that we enjoy. And we all have the things that in excess can be very detrimental as well. And there's also certain things that some people can handle a certain level of that others might not be able to as well. I think it's important to know your limits also and understand them, but also accept them as well.
Bloody scabs! Show them suffering! Are you my escorts or my captors?
They've got the gall to accept us, to thank them for making
We'll go when I'm damned good and ready.
I'll get back stuck in my...
Va bene. I am ready. We go.
So optional objective, we have to assassinate him from a haystack.
There is no beauty to this city. No expression of joy. No aesthetic plan. You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum.
Vice Admiral of the Narrow Seas himself. Does himself asleep at it. Oh, only I'm the one and already is besotted.
Ah, praise God for imported wines.
Love how Roger Craig Smith was willing to do that small little role, and a very different Italian character to what Ezio was.
Aye, man. All gone. They say Cujo himself came down in the night with a
June, he's gone out to walk Barney for you while you have a slow, chilled morning. You think Gaia is following them. She loves Barney like he's her kitten. It's funny now, though, because he's getting bigger than her now. Oh, really? Yeah, it's good to see animals getting along as well. Because sometimes you never know, because some animals might not want to be around the other. And so it can be very hard, especially, too, if you want to feed the animals and, you know, one wants to annoy the other and stuff like that. It's good to find animals that want to actually coexist.
Salve. Forgive the lateness of my arrival. I am Rogerio Ferraro.
Aye, Mr. Ferraro. Not a problem.
Rogerio Ferraro.
Ladies and gentlemen, a toast to my brief tenure as Governor of the Bahamas. For under my watch, no less than 300 avowed pirates took the King's pardon and swore fealty to the Crown. And yet, for all my successes, His Majesty has seen fit to sack me and call me home to England. Brilliant! God bless the fucker! Therefore, hooray! Hooray for the ignoble and ignorant prigs who rule the world with sticks up their asses! Hooray!
So the other optional objective is to assassinate Woodes Rogers from a bench. Spoiler alert, he doesn't actually die from his wounds.
And how is Mrs. Rogers these days?
I haven't the faintest idea, and I don't intend to inquire any further. We separated almost 5 years ago, and both our lives have been the better for it.
Forgive my curiosity, Governor.
Perhaps I'll be more candid later, when the remainder of my reason has left me.
And listen to what is this dialogue. Good old Woodes Rogers drunk and going off at anyone and everyone he can. You're a bit cranky, Woodes Rogers. Here, have a seat.
Oh, I've got to hide!
He was a privateer once. How is it you lack so much respect for sailors only trying to make their way in this world?
You couldn't possibly understand my motives, cretin! You have spent a whole lifetime dismantling everything that makes our civilization shine.
But I do understand. I've seen the observatory, and I know its power. You'd use that device to spy and blackmail and sabotage.
Yes. And yet all for a greater purpose. To ensure justice. To snuff out lies and to seek truth.
There's no man on Earth who needs that power.
Yet you suffer the outlaw Roberts to use it.
No. I'm taking it back. And if you tell me where he is, I'll stop the man.
Here at the edge of a blade, I find a friend in you at last. Principe, you mad bastard. Our best sources say Principe.
That man there! The Italian!
What's happened? Is Captain Rogers hurt?
June, Milan said she really dislikes other cats. She said her first experience with another cat was being bitten badly, so it was a gamble letting her meet Barney when he was a tiny puppy. But she got really motherly to him, and now 4 months down the line, they're inseparable. That's unfortunate that guy had that experience. You know, it's really sad when that happens, because the animals don't deserve or, you know, ask for that. You know, they're not... That's, you know, completely out of their control and all that kind of stuff. you know, and so when something happens to them, obviously there's going to be things that they remember about it. But that's great though that that happened with Barney, and also being a dog as well.
Wouldn't a gentleman of your substance fancy escorting me home?
It's done.
Where now?
Grab your kit and pack well. We're sailing for Africa.
Sequence 12, Memory 1. A governor no longer. Optional objectives completed. Kill the diplomat from a haystack and kill Rogers from a bench.
Say he's enough treasure to buy.
Really? Who told me?
June, she used to carry him about, but he's too big now for that. They share her spot on the sofa in the saloon, all curled up together. It's so cute. That definitely would be, seeing them together like that. And that's understandable as well. You know, if it's at that point, then it's you know, a bit hard to keep, you know, carrying him around.
Charlie Brown, she's the gal for me, boys. Row, boys, row. Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys. Way high, Sally Brown. It's down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys. Row, boys, row. Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys. Way high, Miss Sally Brown. She's lovely on the foreyard, she's lovely down below, boys. Row, boys, row. She's lovely 'cause she loves me, that's all I want to know, boys. Way high, Miss Sally Brown. Oh, Captain Baker, how do you store your cargo? Row, boys, row. Some I stow forward and some I stow after. Way high, Miss Sally Brown. 40 fathoms or more below, boys. Row, boys, row. There's 40 fathoms or more below, boys. Way high, Miss Sally Brown. Oh, way high, and up she rises. Row, boys, row. Way high, and the blocks is different sizes. Way high, Miss Sally Brown. Oh, one more pull, don't you hear the mate a bawling? Row, boys, row. One more pull, that's the end of our hauling. Way high, Miss Sally Brown. Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys. Row, boys, row. Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys. Way high, Miss Sally Brown.
June, she still sits for ages washing Barney's face. Barney just laughs up the attention. Just sits back and relaxes.
Captain! Here's one still kicking!
Who did this?
It were a large vessel, the Royal Fortune.
Roberts.
Offered no quarter, didn't say nothing.
Memory 2 of Sequence 12. Royal Misfortune. Hoping to recover the observatory device, Edward pursues his second of 3 primary targets, Bartholomew Roberts. Optional objective, kill guards by using gun barrels. So for this one, I'm going to test to see if I can just do it by igniting it and see if that is going to be good enough. Because with this challenge, with the limits challenge, I can't actually use guns to shoot. So I'll just play this one by ear whether or not I'm going to make an exception for this optional objective. But I'm going to try first to get the guards killed. It doesn't have to be in one explosion. You can actually do it with multiple barrels. So we'll just see how we go. How dare you talk to me like that? You should tell me everything. I can't talk right now. Why, Lisa? Why, Lisa? Please talk to me. Please. You are part of my life. You are everything. I could not go on without you, Lisa. You are scaring me. You are lying. I never hit you. You are tearing me apart, Lisa. Why are you so hysterical? Do you understand life? Do you? Thanks for redeeming another Arnie impression to do a quote from The Room. Thanks, Harbinger. Milan, can you just light the barrels on fire? You can, yeah. You can manually set it up so that they ignite. The tricky part is getting the enemies to still be in the radius of it. Usually what I normally do is just run up to groups of enemies and lure them together, and then shoot the barrel when they're close to it.
Stop you! I've got a clear shot!
Okay, so I have to be anonymous to interact with the barrels. Let's see if I can get this dude to throw the bomb near that and stay here and hopefully not get blown up himself. And it counted. Nice. That tactic worked. Good.
Nice try! We will catch you! Together! Got him in my sight!
Shit, he's gonna get me because... Oh no. I'm surprised I survived that. I can't do human shield. There we go. Harbinger wondering which movie is worse, The Room or Junior. Yeah. I don't really want to watch Junior again to find out. So that's that optional objective done. Managed to get the dude to throw the bomb near the barrel and then still had enough enemies close enough and the right amount of enemies for that to actually kill them all.
Why? Who chases me now, eh? Is it a spectre come to spook me? Ah, you're the gaunt remain of a man I sent to hell.
Come on now. Before they were fully aware of Edward, I was already in the process of doing their assassination. Fuck you, game. Good thing I caught it before it happened. I can't use human shield. I was pressing the defense break button on the enemy that requires you to do it, and I was spamming it, and then of course in the heat of the moment, because the other enemy was shooting, the same button that you use to do the break defense move is the same button that uses the human shield. So I'm lucky I caught it there, otherwise I would have had to restart the memory, which wouldn't have been too bad, but the count is currently at 0, and we're almost finished the main game, so I want to keep the count at 0. Well, your plan worked, but didn't do any favors for your life bar. It didn't, no. And now we're going to have to do it again.
Hold! You are to feed first!
Hit pigs all or nothing. Yep.
Got a shot here!
Want someone throw a bomb again? Someone did, but they're all out of range now. Oh no. Only 2 of 8 died from it. Jesus Christ, game. And those other explosives blew up there too that were on the hill. Alright, where's another barrel? He picks the AI. The AI is learning, yeah.
Intruder! Help!
Yep, ring the bell. Stay near it.
The swamp!
Now someone throw a bomb again.
I have a shot!
No, throw a bomb, not a shot. One was about to throw a bomb, but they didn't get it thrown. You can't interact with the barrel when you're detected as well, so I can't ignite it. When I get this optional objective done next, in the next section, I'm just going to run through. I'm not going to worry about engaging the enemy.
Oh no, precious, I descend. Got him, got him, got him.
Hey there, Zereth. How's things going? Thanks for redeeming the Golem impression.
I can hit him from here! Break his defense!
Kill me because he wants to shoot. Killed one of their own. Shoot the barrel. Welcome back, Milan. Gaia joined you on the dog walk. They seem to enjoy running about on the footpath together. You sure Gaia sees him as another cat? You bet she's wondering why he's getting so big, though. Like, what is happening? Welcome back, Milan. It sounds like you had a great time and that they had a great time as well. Zereth, you're tired as fuck. You've been up most of the night, insomnia, but also watching a possible world record 100% Final Fantasy run. Ah, so that's still ongoing. So they haven't got the world record yet. Well, here's hoping they do.
Hold there! Come be sundered!
Let's try a different tactic. I can't now because they shot me. But wanted to see if I could just be carrying the explosive barrel and then have them shoot me.
We are too many! We cannot escape! I have got him sighted! Cache. Ah, c'est pas la peine. No? Yes. Bien. Ah, het is niet. Non? Bizarre. Ah, het is niet. Mais, par où il s'est enfui?
I don't know where Edward's gone. I've ruined them.
On laisse tomber, mieux que ça à faire. Rien. You are dogs!
Damn it. Come on, throw the bomb again or something. No, don't shoot at me. I'm not allowed to use human shield. Throw the bomb.
I have a good shot at them!
Finally, one's gonna throw a bomb. Throw it here. I got to synchronized, yet Edward's walking and fine. You're wondering when we will see a modern sage. Oh wait, right. Yeah, there's already some modern sages. All we need is Benny Hill music for this whole scenario. Well, both Gaia and Barney are covered in mud. The towpath is a bit wet today. You're going to hose Barney down, but Gaia won't let you do that. Best to leave her to do her own thing. Yeah, June was saying that Gaia was actually washing Barney. Gaia's like, no, I'm doing this. You were just mocking the comic books again. Oh yeah.
Stop!
Alright.
Give the devil me back! Got him in my sights!
No, you threw the grenade in the wrong spot.
Here's a crocodile gift for you!
Closer to them, but not enough to kill them all. Damn it, only 5 of 8 were killed. was that other one? Here's one here. You're kidding me. Just one more.
Interloper, raise the alarm!
Yes, raise the alarm. Go over here. Now someone throw a bomb. No, not human shield. I'm not allowed to use that. Someone throw a bomb. Is there a bomb throwing guy nearby? No, there isn't. Alright, let's see if we can find another one.
I think I can hit him!
Milan, she does. It's so funny. He just lays back and lets her. Just chills out. It's like, this is the life. But you're confused. Just came back. Is there a limit related to this objective? You don't remember it at all from your previous playthroughs, so you guess you didn't have any problems completing it.
Stop!
Yes, I'm not allowed to shoot the barrels with a gun. I'm not allowed to throw a smoke bomb and then ignite the barrels if I'm detected. I can ignite the barrels, but there's only a few barrels and you have to be undetected to ignite it, and it'll blow up before I can get enemies near it. So I've got to kill the enemies with the explosive barrel to get the optional objective by having them throw a bomb near it. And I can't use human shield as well. Finally, again, for the second time in this playthrough, I've gotten that optional objective. Now, just need to survive until the health regenerates. There we go. Milan, you wondered what I was doing? Yeah. You should make an exception. You should be able to shoot at them. Yep, I decided not to make that exception. Makes the challenge more challenging.
Why? Who chases me now, eh? Is it a spectre come to spook me? Or the gaunt remains of a man I sent to hell? I have a shot! Got him sighted! I have a shot!
Come on now! Captains aboard! Man on canvas! Let's move!
We've been touched! We've been all tops!
The way is blocked, Captain. We'll have to find another path.
Clifford! Steer off her cap! Douse all but mains! As much sail as you can!
Careful of that mortar fire!
Fire! Like reef the topsail!
We're ready, sir!
Fire! Almost ready, sir! Fire! Ready to spit Working on it! Captain David, Captain! Fire! Awaiting your mark, Captain! Fire! Fire! Making all haste, sir!
Captain, we've a bit of an even chance. There's
No.
Spanish ships there, Captain.
There's a device with him that needs taking. I'll have to board her myself.
Man the guns! There's more fodder for you coming!
Alright, so I can use the rope dart just to kill Roberts for the optional objective.
By Jove, Edward Kenway, how can I not be impressed by the attention you paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second!
A merry life and a short one, as promised. How well I know myself. And what of you, Edward? Have you found the peace you seek?
I'm not aiming so high as that. For what's peace but a confusion between two wars?
Oh, you're a stoic then. But perhaps I was wrong about you. She might have had some use for you after all.
She? Of whom do you speak?
Oh, she who lies in wait, entombed. I had hoped to find her, to see her again, to open the door of the temple and hear her speak my name once more.
Talk sense, man.
I was born too soon. Like so many others before.
Where's the device, Robert?
Destroy this body, Edward. The Templars. If they take me...
I need help!
Don't let them board us!
Alright, so that's sequence 12, memory 2, Royal Misfortune done. Optional objectives completed. Used the rope dart to kill Roberts and only used it on him. Kill guards by destroying powder barrels without using the pistol to blow it up. Wasn't able to ignite it. I could ignite it, but that wouldn't guarantee that the 8 would be killed by the time they got near it. So we got that done by basically letting them be the ones that blew up the explosive barrel. So that's all finished for that part. Since this is rather fast, once you're done with AC, you're going to dedicate the days to the Dialogue Red Dead 2 challenge or play something different. Fast because you are streaming it 5 days per week, not because the games are short. It really depends. It'll either be more days put towards depends on the timing of it, because after this game's finished, I've got Freedom Cry DLC, Assassin's Creed Unity, Dead Kings DLC, Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I might be doing the Dreadful Crimes DLC because I want to do that on PS5 because the Xbox version doesn't have it. Then I'm doing the main story of Syndicate and the World War I missions. Then I'm doing Assassin's Creed Chronicles Trilogy. Then I'm doing Assassin's Creed Origins. the Hidden Ones DLC, Curse the Pharaohs DLC, then I've got Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and I don't think I'll be doing the DLC for that, and then I've got Valhalla, and I don't think I'll be doing the DLC for that. So in terms of Assassin's Creed stuff, I've probably still got another couple of months worth of stuff. But the other games that I've got to get done before the year ends is a playthrough of Watch Dogs 1, Watch Dogs 2, Watch Dogs Legion, Deus Ex Human Revolution, Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Then I've got to get the playthroughs done before the year ends, which are actually doing celebrations of certain games. So I've got the 2013 game of Tomb Raider celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. So I'm currently doing a playthrough, in fact 3 playthroughs back to back of that game to actually celebrate that. Then I've got the annual Red Dead 2 playthrough to finish, and the Red Dead 1 annual playthrough to finish. And with the other anniversaries, I've got to do a 10th anniversary playthrough of the Black Flag game, multiple playthroughs. I've got to do a 10th anniversary of Dead Rising 3, Outlast 1, Splinter Cell Blacklist, a 20th anniversary of playthrough of Prince of Persia Sands of Time, Silent Hill 3, Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, and a 25th anniversary of Resident Evil 2 Original, and that all has to be done before the year ends. So I have a lot of games to get through before I can get to Mass Effect 2 or Mass Effect 3 or any of the other 20 or more games I've got planned that I'd like to actually play. So I don't know what's going to replace the Assassin's Creed streams that are on Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays once I've finished the annual series playthrough. We'll just have to wait and see. Milan, your opponent isn't a very tactical sailor. If he'd headed to open sea by a more direct route, he'd have the advantage over you with pure firepower. Yeah, that's true as well. You know, especially if he had a feeling that Edward was coming for him. You think he would have had traps in place at least. Thanks for the GG's hit pigs, and thank you for Lucinda, and thank you for that too, hit pigs. I appreciate it. Hey there, Spectrum. How's it going? Welcome on in. Harbinger, you missed the berserk darts that those AC games had. Shooting one at a brute and watching him clear a whole area was so much fun. AC Origins Berserk doesn't count, you had to get in melee range. Yeah, having it at a distance is really more of an advantage in terms of like getting it to the enemy. Yeah, hit pigs, it really is, you know. So what will likely happen is any anniversary playthroughs that I want to do when the Assassin's Creed's annual series is finished will probably be slotted into Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. But I also forgot to mention that I've also got to do my annual Tomb Raider series playthrough as well. So the other games that I have to do before the year ends are Tomb Raider 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Anniversary, Legend, Underworld, 2013 again, Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well, on top of those other games that I mentioned. In fact, I was thinking earlier that I might even have to take one Assassin's Creed day off when it reverts back to weekends so that I can fit another game in as well. So it just depends. Bit of a juggling kind of thing that I've got to do to fit in the games that I want to get to. Which is why any games that I've never played before, I like to get them done at the start of a year. Because then it frees me up to get my annual playthroughs done before that year ends, and then any other games I want to play that don't have a deadline attached that I've put on it, I'll get to those as well. And there's another game that I just remembered yesterday that I forgot about, which was Sifu. That's another game I'd love to play as well. Then there's the original Deus Ex, I'd like to play that as well. And Outlast will take a while, because I'm going to be playing it on the highest difficulty to celebrate its 10th anniversary, which means no saves, which means wherever you die, you have to start at the start of the game. If you die right at the last part, you have to start at the start of the game again. Sequence 12, Memory 3, Tainted Blood. Edward pursues his third of 3 primary targets, Laureano Torres. So this fight with El Tiburon at the end where you have to actually use a pistol to kill him. There is a way to actually kill him by making him fall off from a great height, so I'm going to have to do that. Because the game won't let you actually damage him with weapons other than the pistol. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. The Arnie dubs a cutscene. So, choice as long as it's a memorable one. Well, I'll try. Some cutscenes you can't access more than once. I learnt that yesterday. There's some cutscenes that on a memory replay won't actually play. Because they're cutscenes that take place between sequences. Alright, so we go to options, go to sound, go to voice, turn it to 0. Jesus, Ade, what the hell happened here? You happened here, Edward. The damage you caused 6 years ago has not been undone. I'm not an easy man to call a friend, am I? Is that why you're here? To fight beside a man so driven by personal gain and glory is a hard thing, Edward, and I've come to feel the assassins and their creed a more honorable course. Have I been unfair? No. For years, I've been rushing around, taking whatever I fancied, not giving a tinker's curse for those I hurt. Yet here I am, with riches and a reputation, feeling no wiser than when I left home. Yet, when I turn around and look at the course I've run, there's not a man or woman that I love left standing beside me. There's time to make amends, Captain Kenway. Mary, before she died, asked me to do good by her, to sort out the mess I'd made. Can you help me? There we go. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. I was even getting chills from the content of that cutscene, even though I was talking over the actual music and sound effects. That's just so how much of a connection I have to this game and how it really, makes me feel whenever I play it. Anyway, thank you for redeeming that, Harbinger. So let's go to options and turn the dialogue back up to what I had it to. Yeah, there we go, Spectrum. Milan, you should do a challenge where you only make guards kill each other by using berserk darts as soon as they are available in any AC game of your choice. Now, Milan, that would actually be a fun challenge. It would be funny too as well, just to see all the enemies killing each other. Hey there, Lucky. You watched the stream from the other day on YouTube, and so many times you went to type something and forgot that you couldn't. Oh, on the YouTube.
Captain Kenway! I'm assuming this is the friendliest face you've seen since dropping anchor?
Is Havana under curfew on my account?
Aye. Torres seems to think someone's coming after him.
He's not wrong.
A monkey-looking thing? Is that what I think it is?
Aye. Watch.
through the blood of the governor, we can see through his eyes.
That's by the church.
Keep this safe. Just in case.
I'll be at the bureau. Good luck.
Mirona's a really cool character, but Rogue ruins her character by making her fall into the same mistake that she makes in the Templar Hunt story arc for her. Which, I'm like, what the hell are you doing, writers? Just leave certain characters alone. Let them learn their lessons.
Tengo un disparo claro.
¡Lo tengo a tiro!
So Lucky, with the YouTube video, why weren't you allowed to type something in? As far as I'm aware, the VODs that I export to YouTube can be commented on. Milan, you watch on your Xbox and type on your tablet because the Xbox takes too long to type messages on. I do not blame you at all. You know, I'd rather definitely use a like a keyboard or that instead of a controller. Even with the shortcuts on the controller. Hey there, Mama Ara. Welcome on into you. I hope it's going well.
Tenemos un asunto pendiente con el tiburón en el castillo. El señor Torres querrá hablar con nosotros personalmente.
El propio Torres. Menudo honor.
No te alteres, amigo. Esto no es una reunión de sociedad. Seguidnos.
Oh, I see what you mean now, Lucky. Sorry. I thought YouTube was doing some stupid shenanigans or something. Of course, yeah, I understand what you mean now.
Señor, disculpe, pero ¿por qué tenemos que entrar ahí?
YouTube should allow that feature, actually.
Ya han enviado a la mayoría de la flota.
¿Estás cuestionando una orden directa, soldado?
No, señor, pero es que...
Bien.
Yeah, it's been tricky, Mama Ara. Thankfully, I haven't failed once yet. And we're almost finished the main game. I'm going to keep it running for the Freedom Cry DLC, but I'm going to add some additional things into it because, for example, the main game doesn't have firecrackers as a distraction device, whereas the Freedom Cry DLC does, so I'll have to edit the message so it includes that.
Ni menciones a los asesinos. He oído historias sobre ellos. Espero que te equivoques.
Ahí,
señor. Sí, señor.
Did they pop optional objectives yet? They didn't. Okay. Sometimes I get a bit paranoid because sometimes these games don't like to let you know about the optional objective until you've failed it. That's definitely no worries at all, Lucky, for sure. Yeah, I made the decision this year to export all the VODs because, you know, there's some playthroughs that I'd like to get the VODs to stay for, you know, and obviously when the time is up on Twitch for the VOD to disappear, it's lost forever then.
¡Respóndele!
So this fight with Tiburon, as I said before, is going to be a bit tricky because I can't use pistols unless an optional objective requires me to use it. And I guess I could technically include pistols against him because it's a main objective to actually kill him, and the only way to kill him, unless you lure him to a spot where you can make him fall off the high edge. If you wanted to kill him by attacking him, the only way to attack him to do damage is to actually shoot him with the pistol. But I've done that before in a previous playthrough though, where I've managed to knock El Tiburon off the building and killed him without using the pistol. Harbinger, you do remember this optional objective 9 years later? Yeah, there's just some things that really stick in your memory. Doesn't matter how long it might have been since you experienced it the first time, or the last time you did.
A vuestras posiciones.
Oops, didn't mean to drop all the way down. There we go, stay there for a bit, Edward. Milan Geyer is letting Barney clean her for a change. Oh, really? Say, optional objective is stay out of combat.
Quieto ahí.
Harbinger, Black Flag was also the last AC game you played with keyboard and mouse on your first playthrough. Controls weren't the best. Yeah, I can imagine that playing with a keyboard and mouse could be quite tricky. I mean, in parts where you free aim for stuff, obviously it wouldn't be, but maybe for some other kinds of things. Dark Souls 1 made you buy a controller, did it? The Dark Souls game is like, you will buy a controller. I will buy a controller. Its controls were so bad that you couldn't even leave the first room. Jeez. That is bad. Of course the game wouldn't let me do that. With that in the road. That's fair enough, game. We'll just climb up this side. Here we go. Now we're cooking. Of course. He'd do that little skip glitch thing that he did, which meant that the other dude had time to turn around.
Quieto!
Listen, that's how you was with Shadow of Mordor. You couldn't even complete the tutorial the first time you played, then you came back to it a year later and became a pro instantly. That'd be a great feeling, going from that first experience you had to that one, and how different it would feel. That would have been a big relief. Milan, Dark Souls games are hard enough when you have a controller. You wouldn't want to try them with a mouse and keyboard. Too much frenetic combat for the keyboard, is it? Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, the gymnastics that your hands and fingers would have to do in order to actually play. It's like with certain games where you have to almost juggle the controller while you're changing where your thumb's positioned. All that type of stuff. Lucinda, yeah, that's what you're hoping will happen once you start the Assassin's Creed series when you get back from vacation, hoping it'll catch on quickly. Yeah, Lucinda, and the thing about the old games too is it's kind of like those games where they have very specific mechanics, and the mechanics were done in such a way at a certain time that they can be very kind of like, sometimes they can be very sensitive, other times they can be very non-responsive based on modern improvements and stuff. So it's one of those things where if you try it and, you know, it's not gelling, it's definitely, you know, understandable. That's why I personally find it hard to recommend some games, because as much as I might enjoy them myself, there might be some things that aren't affecting the game for me that it will for other people. You know, you've got to take that into account as well. But yeah, definitely am interested to see what you think, especially starting with the first game as well. Lucky Fortnite is a prime example. How kids do what they do on a keyboard is next level. Like, you build a box on controller in the same time they build a 5-story casino and hotel. Yeah, that's true. And you think to yourself, holy damn shit. You know, what are children when they're, you know, 50 years from now? You know, how advanced is their skills going to be at a young age with technology? It's like, at the age of 5, you'll have people saying, yeah, I built a plane that was working. In 50 years from now, you won't have to use your hands. You'll be able to interface with your brain only. And then you'll be forced to experience all the things that they want you to.
You're done, Torres.
Christ. This again, eh?
Right, we've got the optional objective of stay out of combat. They shoot enough. Okay, use guards as human shields. I'm only allowed to use the human shield mechanic twice in order to get that optional objective. Need to wait for him to go to shoot.
Are you weak against bullets?
Here we go. One human shield. That's one. I need to get one more. No, I can't use human shield anymore.
I can't score a hit like this.
There we go. Now just wait for him to go shoot. Human shield. Boom. Optional
No
objective
man's
done.
immune to a pistol shot, I reckon.
So, just to show fighting this dude with just a hidden blade, what happens if you try. He blocks that.
You're a canny one up close. How about a little gunplay?
That's what happens if you try to attack him with the sword or with the hidden blade. Alright, so you can only attack him and do damage from an attack with the gun. So what we're going to do is lure him up somewhere around here and try to get him to knock him off to his death.
You're too skilled for swordplay.
Try and knock him off somehow.
No man's immune to a pistol shot, I reckon.
It is possible, but it might take a while. I was even spamming the counter button then. Alright, so he always hits me.
I can't score a hit like this.
Yep, go over there a bit more.
How about a little gunplay?
No, you're not going the right way. I want you to be able to put it on. Work with me, mate. Come on. Work with me. Alright, how about we try this? How about you come over this way to attack me? Come at me, bro. Come on.
You're a canny one up close.
None of that shooting shit. Come at me. Alright, I need to be doing that move. Alright.
Weak against bullets.
Come on. Attack. It's a special kind of attack he's got to do. One where he actually goes to grab me, I think. I pressed the button, game. Don't you fucking lie to me. Well, aren't total immersion video games like the ones in Red Dwarf would be fun? Where does it put me? Oh yeah, I need to do the optional objective again of human shields. I'm allowed to do this for the optional objectives. It's one. I actually discovered that you could knock him off the building due to a glitch that happened one time.
How about a little gunplay?
What's that loophole, Milan? Come and keep it on, shoot. There we go. Alright. So that's the optional objective done again now. Can't do that again.
You're a canny one up close. Very weak against bullets.
Llegamos a la parte que me gusta.
Por el blanco.
You're too skilled for
I hate when the game doesn't respond to me pressing the fucking right button at the right time. Really fucking pisses me off in any game where it happens. It's like,
no man's
fucking
immune
seriously?
To a pistol shot, I reckon.
Again, I press the button.
You're too skilled for swordplay. Are you weak against bullets?
Get over here, prick. Come over here. Again, I pressed the button, but the game's like, no you didn't. And I'm like, fuck you game. I pressed the button at the right time. Milan, your challenge says you can't use pistols. That doesn't rule out stealing a musket and using that instead. Yeah, I guess that could be a loophole. But I'm not going to use it.
I can't score a hit like this.
Because now I'm stubborn enough to want to actually show that you can knock this dude off of the edge. So I'm going to keep on trying till that happens.
No man's immune to a pistol shot, I reckon.
¡Id por su lado, ciego!
¡Hemos dicho que pare!
You're too skilled for swordplay. How about a little gunplay? You're a canny one up close.
¡Intenta darnos esquinazo!
No man's immune to a pistol shot, I reckon.
¡Venga! ¡No bajéis el ritmo!
Can't score a hit like this.
Alright, I just saw a good spot to knock him off of. Right here, where there's a gap.
How about a little gunplay? Can't score a hit like this. If you could speak, mate, it would gladden me to hear your side. You humbled me once, and I took that hard lesson, and I bettered myself. Die, knowing that for all of our conflict, you helped make a soldier out of a scoundrel. Leave this life for a lasting peace, down among the dead.
Ah, you're a canny one, up close. I better pause it before I get knocked off and maybe killed. Who knows? Why do the stars come up? Are pinholes in the curtain of night stars? Who knows?
Thanks for redeeming that, Zereth. So there we go, you can actually do it. It takes a while, but you can do it. Mr. Epic, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks, Hitpigs. Listen to a valiant death. A valiant rod death, just without the dismemberment. You did make him fall off a cliff, though. He landed in the water, though, so he's still going to be fine in that sense, but... So... When Edward's talking to him, it implies that they actually had an encounter before, but for whatever reason, the encounter that he's referring to was cut out of the story, and they left that dialogue that he says the same. So there's a cut moment or fight sequence or something where Edward gets humiliated or defeated by El Tiburon, and that's what he's referring to, but we never experience that or see that or play that in the finished version of the game. But yeah, that's how you kill El Tiburon without actually using weapons on him. So we got the optional objective of using the human shield twice, and I only used it twice. Obviously, when I had to redo the optional objective, I was allowed to use the human shield again. But we've well and truly gotten it, and we just need to escape and hide and get back to the Bureau.
¡Alto! ¿Intentas dejarnos atrás, gusano? ¡No tengo a tiro!
It's so funny, Lucinda, though, because they eventually made the enemies wise up in these games, and in the new games, if you knock them into the water, they're still alive. They don't drown. Listen to darn your reality. Like, come on. Taking away a very handy way to kill enemies as well sometimes. Like, aw, what are you doing? People complained about Altair not swimming in the first game. And no one complained about enemies not being able to swim if you're knocking them in the water. So, Ubisoft, sometimes you just got to keep things the way that they are. Let us still knock enemies off into the water and kill them. Don't take that fun avenue away from us.
We got word Torres left the city. Who were you chasing?
That vial was labeled Torres, but held the blood of his second. Where's he gone?
Left port this morning, heading west along the coast.
The observatory.
Will we follow?
Send word to Atabai. We've cornered our man.
There we go. Sequence 12, Memory 3, Tainted Blood. Optional objectives done. Use guards as a human shield. 2 of them only used the human shield mechanic twice. Each attempt, of course, to get it. On that one, we actually got it. And optional objective, stay out of combat as well. So we're now up to the final main memory of the game.
What? Torres doing looking for the observatory? When you're holding the treasure yourself.
Torres doesn't know I have it.
So why bring it to him and risk its capture?
I'd like him to know I have it, just before he dies.
Thanks for the GGs, Lucinda. Harbinger, ending the stream after the main story. I think I will, Harbinger. I won't be starting Freedom Cry today. Even if I was going to do Freedom Cry today, though, and start it, I would have ended the stream anyway to keep the VODs separate. Because this year I wanted to separate the DLC VODs so that... and I think there's been one game where I've forgotten to separate them. But I'd rather have people have the option to either watch the main game and the DLC, but if they don't want to watch the DLC, not have to you know, see it in the VOD, so make them separate. Oh, I see, Harbinger. Yeah, I'm going to. That way I can dedicate all of tomorrow to Freedom Cry. And Tuesday is my split stream day, so I'm looking to do 2 streams of Freedom Cry. See if I can do half of it in the first stream, and then the rest of it in the next stream after that. But in any case, however long it takes, and I've still got Wednesday as well up my sleeve this week to do more Assassin's Creed, so if I need to use a little bit of Wednesday. But the thing with Freedom Cry is there's not memory sequences, there's only memories. So you don't have, like, you know, 10 sequences worth of 5 memories or something.
The foe patrols these waters closely, Edward. Edward, there's a fleet blocking the cove we want.
Aye, the Armada. That's Torres and his men.
And you're going to do what, exactly?
Find our way past them.
The dirty old man's on the poop. Will Bowser up and be done. Have at it. Fire!
Stations, you bilge rat!
Wall shaping! We're ready, sir!
Fire!
Give the order!
Fire! There's sir! Good shock of
Fire!
Ready to
We
fire,
can't take
sir!
our guns, Edward!
Fire! Taking a hit, Captain!
Out of range, Captain!
Fire!
Fire! Reload! Won't miss next time. Fire!
Caution, Edward!
That cloak got us square. Fire! Working on it. Look out! That's where the most danger. Fire! We've a deal about it, but we'll hold. Fire! Reloading! Got themselves exposed! Make him back! Ready to fire, sir! Fire! That one did some damage! Awaiting your... Bloody miss! It's bad! We're all but kindling, Captain! Sail! Get off the squall! Enemy's firing! Ease off the wind! Unfurl, mates! Let's move! Crowd it all off! Here it comes! Douse the gallants and royals! Fire! Helms and sail! Ready to box, sir! To be border now, sir! Cruise up! Ease her stakes! Who's to catch the wind? Next big cloud for the deep, Captain! Get the mains free! Fire! Oh, he's weak, he's right there! Keep the yards off the wind! Fire! Loose main sails! Fuck!
Hoo-hoo, cutting it fine there.
Mains out, let's go! Haul in the...
Sequence 12, Memory 4, Ever a Splinter. Edward pursues his third of 3 primary targets, Laureano Torres.
Who's this Torres? And what's your man done to earn a death sentence?
He's a Templar, like Rogers and Hornigold. Man cooking up schemes to use the observatory for ill purposes. power and control. The violence he'd cause with this thing would be subtle but heavy. Deadly, yet leaving no mark. Does that make sense?
Like, if there was a drought and people was thirsty, and one man had a large cask of water but gave a sip to none, he'd be a killer with no blood in his hands.
Aye, like that.
Fair enough.
Captain Salt in himself.
Okay, so optional objective: rescue the
There's a bit of a
prisoners.
chill, isn't there? Thought we might see some soldiers and the like. Maybe they've gone?
No, they're here. Deep in the jungle.
Soldiers, just there. What should we do? Jesus, look at all this. Corpses for miles.
They brought every ounce of menace they had.
That's okay, Milan. Absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you, I definitely will. That's for sure. On the final memory, so once I finish this and get through the credits and all that kind of stuff, it'll be the end of the main game. But thank you so much for being here, and you as well, June. Thank you so much also. I hope you both have a good one. Thanks for leaving the lurk, Zereth.
There's Spaniards up ahead.
¿Tú a dónde crees que vas?
Time to launch the Shanker!
Later, Ad. I'll tell you all when this is finished. Stand watch here, and let none follow.
¡Mis piernas! ¡Mis piernas! ¡Venga, muévete! ¡No puedo! ¡Mis piernas no responden! ¡Déjalo! ¡Déjalo! ¡Moriremos todos! ¿Has oído? ¡Levántate! ¡No quiero dejarte aquí! ¡Será vuestro funeral! ¡Por favor! ¡Por favor, no me abandonéis! ¡Está aquí! ¡El pirata está aquí!
That was some kick hit pigs, that's for sure. Yeah, those kinds of kills, I've counted them as long as I've got the hidden blade equipped and I'm pressing the attack button. Right, need to use the observatory's defenses to kill 4 guards.
¡Ese viejo conseguirá que nos maten a todos! ¡Te castigarán por esto, cobarde! ¿Quién me va a castigar? ¿Un hombre muerto? ¡Dios, no!
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, is it Mr. Epic? Yeah, that's fair enough too. As well, all the collectibles that I'm just leaving aside. Yeah. Yeah, for this playthrough, not doing all the collecting. But I have in the past though. Can be fun, going around and exploring as well.
¡Dios, no! ¡No te acerques a eso! ¡Lo volaré! ¡Por Dios, ayudadme! ¡Blanco claro!
Hello there, Mauler. You used the defenses to kill yourself, Rod. Tisk tisk. I sure did. That was all part of my plan. How's it going, Mauler? Hope you had a great weekend. Mauler, going well, my friend. Another week begins. I hope you had a great weekend as well. Oh, that's great. I'm glad to hear that, Mauler. That's awesome, dude. And yes, another week begins. I did. Yeah, it was really, really good. Had a good one. Mr. Epic, you don't know what it is. Seeing a clean map and then doing the main story feels good. Yeah, because then you know that you've done all the collecting and that it's all sorted, and then you can just sort of like focus only on the actual game story and getting it finished. Yeah, I must say, whenever I'm...
We could have worked together, Edward. We could have taken power for ourselves and brought these miserable empires to their knees. There is so much potential in you. So much you have not yet accomplished. I could show you things. Mysteries beyond anything that you could imagine.
I must say, I do prefer to get a lot of the side stuff and everything done first, before finishing off the main story, whenever I'm doing like a playthrough of a game. And sometimes that can work out really well, because you know, you do a lot of side content early on, and you might get a lot of experience and skills that really make the later levels not that difficult. Like in Watch Dogs 1, when I first played that, I did the majority of the side stuff as early as possible, and had a lot of like hacking skills unlocked, so that was very satisfying.
Captain Kenway, ever a splinter in my side. Does this murder fulfill you?
I'm only seeing a job done, Torres. As you'd have done with me.
As we have done, I think. You have no family anymore, no friends, no future. Your losses are far greater than ours.
That may be. But killing you rights a far greater wrong than ever I did.
You honestly believe that?
You would see all of mankind corralled into a neatly furnished prison, safe and sober, yet dulled beyond reason and sapped of all spirit. So with everything I've seen and learned in these last years, I do believe it.
You wear your convictions well. They suit you.
Torres awakened something fierce. Are we safe?
With the device returned, I believe so.
What do you call this place?
Captain Kenway's Folly!
Etsawol Tesu Tukila. Katwenen. We will seal this place and discard the key. Until another sage appears, this door will remain locked.
There were vials when I came here last. Filled with the blood of ancient men, Robert said, but they're gone now.
Then it's up to us to recover them, before the Templars catch wind of this. You could join us in that cause.
I will, but only after I fix what I mangled back home.
It arrived last week.
So in that letter, Edward finds out that his wife Caroline is dead, and that she was pregnant with his child, and she's actually going to be like visiting. Like, he's been told that she exists, so we're going to meet Jennifer Kenway soon. But that look on his face, like, it just says so much. Even from a game from 2013, the expression on Edward's face there just says so much without him having to even say anything. Even if you don't know the contents of the letter, you can definitely tell that there's something that's devastating. So that was Sequence 12, Memory 4, Ever a Splinter. Optional objectives done: free the Guardian hostages, 7 out of 7, and use the Observatory's defenses to kill guards, 4 out of 4. So let's have a look. Alright, so we've gotten 100% synchronization in sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now 12 has 80% because there's one more memory before it will count it as 100% done. But of the memories that were in sequence 12 that have optional objectives, we've done all of those too. So that means that this will say 100%. Let's enter another memory down. Absolutely.
Wakey, wakey. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Not in this era, anyway. I wish I could explain all this strangeness, but there isn't much time. The short of it is, you saw my beloved Juno. And for a brief moment, I thought she might occupy this tender body of yours. But something went wrong. And now, she's back out there, adrift. Oh, she was magnificent once. One of a race of beautiful, wonderful creatures. They created your kind. Did you know that? Your people were tools to them. That's all you have ever been. That's all you should ever be. One day soon, I hope. For the world is nearly ready for her return. Wired. Prepared for a second coming. Uh-oh. Here they come. Those Templars. Or maybe assassins this time. Idiots. All of them. I envy you. It was her wish that I be here to greet her. It was her experiment that made it possible for my rebirth as one of these things. Ah!
Stay down! Get down on your back! Now! He's got a gun!
Guide me into the grave, beloved! I am your instrument!
Put the gun down! Drop it! Drop your weapon! Clear! Clear! Check his vitals. He's bleeding fast. Check the victim.
Are you okay? Can you hear me? Hello? Talk to me. You alright?
And can you still do any work in a few minutes? I know you're, we're almost killed and all, but we still have a job for you to do.
Well, there you are. Thank God. I hope you feel well. You look good. Can you stand? Good. Try walking around. A doctor came by, said there wasn't anything to worry about. That the liquid in the syringe was far, far below a lethal dose. I feel terrible about all this. About everything. All our evidence pointed to you, but it was John all along. God, the things we found on his computer. Whatever you need, we'll provide. You've done an amazing job. Speaking of which, our trailer is finished. Would you like to see it? I owe you that much.
And now we
There we go. I uploaded it to your database. You can watch it here or at your Animus. I think you'll love it. It really captures the essence of the era. So, take care. And again, thank you.
In a world where pirates rule the waves, these men will discover that nothing is sacred and everyone is committed to rum, plunder, and women.
Hola, ladies.
This summer, Abstergo Entertainment invites you aboard for the adventure of a lifetime. So sharpen your cutlasses, shine your hooks, and sail with the Devils of the Caribbean. This virtual experience is not being rated.
Hola, ladies. That teaser. Oh dear. So, using the footage that the main character in this present-day game, well, the present-day protagonist, recorded, experiencing the memories of Edward Kenway, that's the footage that they've taken. Some of it, IRL, is actually the footage from one of the cinematic trailers that they released for the game. But a lot of the other stuff that you see there is edited versions of certain cutscenes in the game and that. And so that's the teaser trailer for their blockbuster movie coming out in 2014. Mr. Epic, you tried to platinum this game a few months ago. Did everything in the game and you found out that you had to play the multiplayer for a few trophies, but you just couldn't do it. It was just too boring. Hated that. Yeah, I reckon that they should make any multiplayer trophies or achievements actually separate. Where, like, let's say, for example, you want to get a platinum, then you don't have to worry about getting the multiplayer trophies to get the platinum. Once you've satisfied the trophies for the main game only, you get the platinum for that. And then if you want to get the multiplayer platinum, you know, something like that. Harbinger worse than the room. Is it Harbinger? I don't know. Who knows? So that is the teaser trailer for Abstergo's Entertainment's forthcoming blockbuster film, using all that footage that they got from the memories here. And now a message from Sean and Rebecca.
And, well, what now? Talk, you idiot! Look at the light! Isn't that the battery? I think that's the battery. Hello? Hello? Look, sorry about this. My name is Sean, and back there is Rebecca, my partner in crime. Hello. Bloody good work earlier. Honestly, I mean it. Delivering us all that data. It's really just too bad that our man on the inside was such a, how to put it? Fanatic. Fanatic is the best word, I suppose. We take who we can get. Exactly. Well put. We saw in John an opportunity to burrow deeper into Abstergo's cloud servers, and I'm not ashamed to say we took it. Not realizing, of course, that he was enlisting you to help him. And to blame, should anything go wrong. I suppose it all worked out very nicely in the end. Most of it, anyway.
What Sean really wants to say is, if you're up for more hacking, we are too. John gave you level 3 security clearance before he died. You should use it. The assassins don't have the resources to pay you like the Templars do, but we'll make it worth your while.
Look, we should really cut it short, Bex. 20 seconds.
All right. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. And top-notch work. Really top. Give yourself a pat on the back. And happy hacking.
Thanks, Sean. I'll pat myself on the back. Thank you so much. Oh, that's a terrible movie, Mr. Epic. Or it could be a so bad it's good movie to some as well.
Gentlemen, how do you find it here?
It will work for us. But our goal must be to scatter our operations. To live and work among the people we protect, just as Altair ibn La'ahad once counseled.
Well, until that time, it's yours as you see fit.
Edward, Captain Woods Rogers survived his wounds. He has since returned to England, shamed and in great debt, but no less a threat.
I will finish that job when I return. You have my word.
What's it got for me, I says? Bloody tosspot, that ain't coming.
Evening, Anne.
Edward?
I'll be sailing for London in the next few months. I'd be a hopeful man if you were beside me.
England's the wrong way around the globe for an Irishwoman.
Will you stay with the assassins?
No, I haven't got that kind of conviction in my heart. You?
In time, aye. When my mind is settled and my blood is cooled.
Sail ho! Coming into the cove!
You're a good man, Edward. And if you learn to keep settled in one place for more than a week, you'll make a fine father too. Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't recall. So felt me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, all the comrades ere I had, they're sorry for my going, and all the sweets that ere
Stunts out!
I've
Let's
loved,
get moving!
they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy be with you all. Good night and joy be with you all.
Father, did you always know how to sail a boat?
The Jackdaw is a ship, Jenny, not a boat.
But did you always know?
No. No, I learned after leaving Bristol.
After you left Mother?
Well, I didn't leave without saying goodbye, that is. It was an arrangement, you see, between your mother and me.
She said you left her. She said you always talked about sailing a boat and making money in the New World.
I did always want to sail a ship. That's true. But not for a lark. To support us. To take care of her. And you.
Not me. Mother said you didn't know about me. She said you wrote only once a year and that she never knew where to find you.
That's all true, and I'm sorry for that. If I'd known earlier... I don't know. I might have come home. I hope that I would have.
Well, you were busy. That's what I think.
I was, but... that wouldn't have mattered.
Can I steal your boat?
Boat? I see no boat here. Do you?
Oh, I mean ship, obviously. I don't see the difference anyway.
Ah, it's a very simple one, Jenny. A ship can carry a boat, but a boat cannot carry a ship.
Why then, everything is a ship. Large and small. But for my toy boat, the one I take into the bath with me.
That's a clever way of seeing it. Is it hard to talk about Caroline, Jenny? About your mother?
No. She passed some years ago. I miss her, but it's all right.
Was she in pain?
I don't know. I don't think so. She was very happy for quite some time. Then, not so happy. I didn't see her much after that. Then, she was gone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you.
It's all right. You're here now. And we're on an adventure.
Only a little one, I hope. I can't handle too many more surprises.
Do you think we'll see a whale?
Yes, there's a very good chance.
And what about pirates? Will I see pirates?
No. Not much chance of that, I think.
Oh, that's rather sad. I should have liked to have seen one.
Tell you what, Jenny. As soon as these winds die a little, I'll let you steer the Jackdaw. One little trick at the helm before sundown.
Yay!
I can't find the IMDb listing for who plays Hatham in this epilogue. Might be just credited as additional voices. Thanks for the GG, Zereth. I appreciate it.
Miss Jennifer Kenway, may I introduce myself?
Jennifer Scott, if you please.
I'm sorry,
My daughter was raised by her mother, Caroline, until she passed away some years ago. Jenny prefers to use her surname to mine.
Please forgive my ignorance.
I will. She may not.
Father, help me.
This little rascal, however, is a Kenway. What's wrong, Hatham?
I can't see the stage.
Up we go. How's that?
Fine. But won't your arms tire?
Hey, I'm not so old as that. But if they do, then we shall quit this posh gig and go and meet your mother for some chocolate at White's. How's that sound?
Yes, please.
Okay, hush now.
So this is the same play or production that in Assassin's Creed 3, when we play Hatham as an adult, that he actually goes to as well. And they're actually doing a new version of that same production that he saw when he was a child that we just saw just now. But that's, of course, before Reginald Birch, the head of the Templars, ordered a hit on Edward and they killed him. And they attacked Edward in front of Hatham, who managed to kill, at that very young age, one of the attackers. And it caused his mother to kind of distance herself from him, and that's how he kind of got embroiled with the Templars. They basically manipulated him from that young age into becoming one of them. And the head of the Templars, Reginald Birch, actually had designs on Jennifer Kenway, and when she refused his advances, he had her sent away to become a slave. But he told Hatham, or Hatham was told, that his sister was simply missing. But Reginald Birch knew all along what had actually happened to her. Eventually, when Hatham found out what had happened, he rescued his sister, and then they both went and assassinated Reginald Birch. However, of course, Hatham was too far gone with the Templar ideals and decided to stick with the Templars, even though a Templar was the one who killed his father. Which isn't the first time that he still sticks with the Templars despite their interference in the lives of someone that he holds dear, because Redungahedun's mother, Zio, gets killed, and when Hatham finds out that the village was burned all because of what Charles Lee was doing, he still sided with the Templars and still backed Charles Lee, even after he found out that Connor's mother had died and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's a shame what happened to the Kenway family. I would have liked if they were able to just, live out the rest of their lives without any more drama, but that ended up happening. And a lot of that's covered in the book Forsaken, which I really do feel should have been the game that they made Rogue be. Because it would have been cool to actually play as Haytham again, but for the whole game this time. I'll just scroll back up, Mr. Epic, because I saw you had a comment before about The Room, and Harbinger said the best movie ever made. The best movie ever made, Harbinger, yeah. Mr. Epic, oh that, you never saw it, only clips on YouTube, it was bad. Same here as well, Mr. Epic. I never have actually seen the whole movie, but I feel like I have because I've seen so many scenes from it. They should have put the assassination of Edward in the remaster of AC3, would have been a greater remaster of AC3. Yeah, to add a bit more to the story, given the fact, of course, that this game came out afterwards. Would have been cool for including something new and extra as well. But a lot of these things they tend to do in the comic books and novels, especially when there's other characters that have been in the games, but they decide to never put them in another game again, and instead just basically do stories of them. Like there's a character, Xiao Jun, and I think she's really underrated as an assassin. But there's only the Chronicles China game, which I personally like, but I know that not everyone likes that style. But I really feel they could have actually done another game with her, but in the traditional normal style of Assassin's Creed. But instead what they do is they relegate her to a non-canon set of stories. And I'm like, you fucking idiots, what a waste of a character. You know, if you're going to do a non-canon story, just make all the characters new. Don't have any characters from the actual games who actually are canon, you know. I think that would make things a bit more simpler as well. But yeah, Xiao Jun is a character that they just do stories that are non-canon now for. And, you know, she lives to an old age. She actually becomes the head of the assassins. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of years between the end of Assassin's Creed Chronicles China and the epilogue scene where we actually see her as an old woman and the head of the assassins. There's a lot of story there that they could have done in another game, but instead they relegated her to non-canon stories and comic books and books and stuff. But that's one of the missed opportunities I feel for the series that we'll never see them do. Zereth, when one set of sunglasses isn't enough. Exactly. Jensen, I can't wait to play those games again too. But yeah, I just feel it's a waste to use characters like that. It's the same with the DLC for Watch Dogs Legion, the Assassin's Creed one. They do have a new character that's not in the games and all that, which for a non-canon DLC is good. However, they throw in references to Evie and Jacob Fry and also Edward Kenway, characters that are well and truly canonical, and I just don't understand why they bother to do that, you know. But the only reason they did that was to have some kind of connection with the new character and the series, when if they're going to do it non-canon anyway, just create your new characters, and that way people will know that the characters in it are actually just for that content. They're not actually part of the series. Because if you add characters that are, it just confuses people unnecessarily. I mean, the DLC was fun. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad DLC, but I would have rather they did that DLC as a completely new assassin. But then if they later decided to make it canon, that's a different thing. But they decided to add Edward references, heavy references too. It's not just Easter eggs for us as players. It's actual references in what, you know, is what happening and all that kind of stuff. But I just wish they didn't do that. Like, if you're going to do non-canon books, that's fine, but don't bring characters into it that are actually canonical. If they were to do a game where it's a character that you create yourself, if they ever do that, I hope they just do it as its separate universe, non-canon thing, and make it clear from the outset. Mr. Epic, you agree with that? She would have made a great character in a China open world game. Yeah, you know, give her a bigger game, more story, and there's a great lineage there too, because she's first introduced in Assassin's Creed Embers, the short animated movie that is set after Revelations, and she meets Ezio, who by that point is about 65 years old, and he's retired as an assassin. So she meets him, and he gives her a precursor box that she then takes with her. And in Chronicles China, she has that box, and she uses it to bait the Templars to capture her, so that she has them where she wants them. But of course the box ends up out of her hands fully. And then in Assassin's Creed 3, when Achilles gives Connor the rope dart, he tells him about Xiao Jun, and that she was the one that introduced the rope dart. You know, so there was a great thing there, so it would have been cool to have another game. But the closest we get to having Xiao Jun in a 3D AAA Assassin's Creed game is if in Syndicate you have Evie wear her outfit. That's the closest you'll get. Afro Unity, your beloved, gonna spend all your points on mission replay. I don't blame you, Afro, for sure. You know, and I'll definitely have that active for that game. I might not have it active straight away. I want to make sure that there's at least a few memories to re-experience, to have a bit of a choice. But I definitely will have that active for that too. I'm going to keep it active for the DLC, Freedom Cry. But I think I'm only going to limit it to the Freedom Cry DLC. Because going out of the menus to do it, you know, I'd rather just not have to do that. Like exit out of the menu of the Freedom Cry DLC, go into the menu of the main game, and then switch and all that kind of stuff. Zereth, Easter eggs, noms. They are very noms indeed. So the current count for fails of the challenge I've been doing is still 0. I'm going to carry that through to Freedom Cry. I'm going to edit the limits command message to include no firecrackers, unless there's an optional objective that tells me that I need to use it. So that also means I can't use the machete, unfortunately. But I will be doing more playthroughs to celebrate this game's 10th anniversary, and I'm including Freedom Cry in those as well, so I'll be getting back to that this year to not have a challenge on top where I can actually use the machete in the Freedom Cry DLC. But yeah, I'll just keep this challenge going, so I won't end it for this main game and then reset the counter. Not that I have to reset the counter anyway, but I'll still have it carry over for Freedom Cry. So it's Monday here for me in Australia. The next stream of this will be Tuesday. I'll be doing Freedom Cry. I'm looking to do the first half of Freedom Cry in my first stream, and then the rest in my second stream. People who are new to the channel, on Tuesdays I do a split stream, have a long break in between streams, so I'm looking to finish Freedom Cry on the one day, but in separate streams. Because if I can start my Assassin's Creed Unity playthrough on Wednesday, that'll put me ahead for Saturday then. Because while I'm doing my annual series playthrough, I'm streaming Assassin's Creed Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays on top of Saturday and Sunday. But when that's finished, I'll go back to Saturday and Sunday for Assassin's Creed. But it'll allow me to get through the games I have left in a decent amount of time to give me more time for not only doing celebration playthroughs for this game's 10th anniversary, because I want to do multiple of those as part of that whole overall celebration, but also allows me to get to other games and other franchises that I have personal deadlines that I've put on. So for example, any games that I do annual playthroughs of, or any anniversary playthroughs I do of a certain game, I give myself from January in a year to the end of the year in December to get those done as well. Sometimes I can actually wait until it's been so many years to the actual day, or at least past the actual day 10 years before, before I do a playthrough, but I just don't always have that time. For example, GTA 5, I can't remember when the game actually came out in 2013, but I wasn't going to be able to wait until at least the day 10 years later to do a playthrough of it to celebrate its 10th anniversary, because of all these other games I need to do that for. So that's why I did a playthrough of that for that 10th anniversary playthrough before started that a few months ago and finished it not long ago. Mr. Epic, I hope that Desmond's tease in Valhalla isn't something they're going to shelve again. You really miss him, and what they did to Lucy still remains stupid. You thought that part of Desmond's goal was to revive Lucy. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, to be honest, with all that side of thing, because there's some rumours that Mirage will have you playing as Desmond's father in present day, experiencing the memories of Basim. So whether that's true or not, I'm not sure, but that's like a rumour or a theory. But sorry, I forgot to move something on my controller, so it turned off the controller. But as far as the Lucy thing goes, it wasn't their original plan to kill her off, but Kristen Bell, who plays Lucy, and the creative director of AC1 and 2 and Brotherhood didn't see eye to eye, and they had a bit of a rough working relationship with each other, and so they decided to kill her character off to basically separate her from the franchise. So that's the real life reason why they did it. I personally do like how they made it that she was actually a Templar though, and made that be why she actually got killed. You can totally see Arnie voicing a mentor in Assassin Hex. Yeah, that would be cool actually, to have Arnie in an Assassin's Creed game. Okay, before I end the stream, just want to go over what I was doing for this playthrough and what we've done. Alrighty then, so my only focus for this playthrough was to do the optional objectives and the challenge requirements with the main game story only, and not the side stuff. So that means I didn't worry about all the side activities, the collectibles, wasn't worried about those, or the naval contracts, or the Templar hunts, or the assassin contracts. I was only focusing on the actual main memories. And so we've gotten all optional objectives done in every single sequence. So we've gotten 100% in sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. And epilogue is its own thing, but there's no optional objectives in that. But I may as well read that because I've been reading the other ones in that. So, epilogue, Memory 1. The end. After many months of sailing about the West Indies with his new quartermaster, Edward stops by his great Inagua hideout to receive a special guest. How grand, Master Kenway. Grieving the loss of his wife, Caroline, Edward has united with a daughter he never knew he had. Together they set sail for England to begin their lives anew. And there we go, that is the main game content that I wanted to do for this playthrough, with the challenge on top. The challenge is still going to be ongoing with Freedom Cry DLC, so I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. Going to quit to the menu here. So the next stream you'll see from me will be this game, but it will be Freedom Cry. So if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed, Black Flag, Freedom Cry, then you know it's become Tuesday for me. I just hope everyone has a good one. Before I do finalize the stream end though, I want to give some shout outs. Okay, so I'd like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, Lucinda, and Mauler. Crocodiles is another massive fan of the series. He's actually doing his annual series playthrough also. However, he's not doing every game this year. He's actually doing the ones that were made by Ubisoft Montreal. And that also includes DLC, because with DLC with these games, the same studio who did the main game is not always the same who does the DLC content as well. So any content that isn't part of Ubisoft Montreal's work, he's not actually playing those. He's doing a stealth challenge with all those games, and he's also doing all the optional objectives. He most recently finished his GTA 4 Ballad of Gay Tony DLC as well. Got a few funny channel points rewards that you can redeem. A lot of audio files related to Assassin's Creed, sound bites, all that kind of stuff. Some funny Bully Maguire memes and other visual kind of redemptions. Lucinda is doing a Resident Evil marathon. She's currently playing through Resident Evil 6. The games in the series that she owns that she's covered for the marathon has been Resident Evil 0, the remake of Resident Evil 1, original and remake of 2, original and remake of 3 and 4, and has also done Resident Evil 5, Revelations 1 and Revelations 2 as well. So after 6, she'll be doing, I was going to say Assassin's Creed 7 Biohazard. She's going to be doing Resident Evil 7 and 8 as well as part of that marathon. Is also a fan of the Dishonored series, is a fan of stealth games, and will at some point also be delving into the Assassin's Creed series. She's already played one of the games in the series, Assassin's Creed 3, before, but she's going to be giving some of the other games a try as well. So I highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel, as well as Mauler's also. He's playing 7 Days to Die. He's also a big fan and streamer of Goose Goose Duck as well, and he also streams Grounded. He has a great community over on his channel as well. All three, you'll have a great time with them, watching their content. Mauler is also a fan of doing playthroughs where he might be very out of character for himself as a person, but for example, playing through Red Dead Redemption 2 with low/no honor, or most recently doing a playthrough of Detroit Become Human, but calling it Detroit Become Violent because he wanted to have every character act violently in every situation that allows it. But all three great streamers, highly recommend checking out their channels if you haven't before. And that's no worries at all for the shout out, Mauler. More than happy to give you one. Mr. Epic, you're level 23 in multiplayer. How? You're a braver person than me. Well, that was back when I was dabbling in multiplayer stuff. This was before I became a streamer. And I was sort of like, I'll give multiplayer in Assassin's Creed a try again, because the last time I had played multiplayer in Assassin's Creed game, it was Brotherhood, and that was the first one in the series to introduce it. So I hadn't played a multiplayer Assassin's Creed since then. I'm not really big on multiplayer anyway, but I was just curious, and I kind of stuck with it for a little bit, but then I sort of lost interest, and that was like back in 2016. That was the year I became a streamer, but I didn't actually play the multiplayer games when I was a streamer. That was like before. But after that I was just like, you know what, I don't really care for multiplayer in general, so I haven't really bothered with multiplayer. The only thing I've done in recent times, and this was probably a couple of years ago, was out of curiosity. I was just wondering what the outfits and all that choices were for the online of Red Dead 2. Just out of curiosity, because I saw a video about different outfits that you can make looks for to try and match real life pictures of people from that time period, and that kind of made me curious to see the options in full in that. But yeah, I'm not really into multiplayer, even to a point anymore of giving a little try to certain things. We're going to raid a channel that I haven't actually raided for quite a while. It's Off the Shelf Reviews. They're actually playing Evil Dead the game. So we'll go from a bit of Assassin's Creed action to a bit of horror action. Just going to set up the raid. here's the current schedule. So I finally finished Shadow of the Tomb Raider No Death Challenge. Got through that. So it means that on Fridays now, it's just my Tomb Raider 2013 10th anniversary playthroughs. For those new to the channel, every Friday I do Tomb Raider streams all year round. So when I do a playthrough of one game, I'll switch to a different one. I do annual series of that franchise too, and for those I do them in chronological order. Outside of that, I just stream random games in the series in random order for Fridays, and it's the same with Assassin's Creed. Generally, usually on Saturdays and Sundays. When I'm doing my annual series, obviously I do all the games in a certain order. Well, not every single game. I don't do Assassin's Creed Rogue or some of the other like smaller sort of side things, like there was Ascendance or something. I never did that or anything like that. But anyway, thanks everyone for watching. I hope you all have a good one, and catch you next time.